morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. Bienvenue à la Conseil municipal pour la ville d'Ottawa pour
Welcome to the City Council meeting of the February 9th, 2022.
This meeting will be held through electronic participation in accordance with Section 238 of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended by the COVID-19 Economic Recovery Act 2020. For those who are able to, please rise for a moment of personal reflection. Thank you. Merci. Roll call, please, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Councillor Luloff.
Present.
Councillor Dudas.
Present.
Councillor Harder.
Here.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor El Shantiri.
Present.
Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Here.
Councillor Shirelli. Councillor Eglai.
Here.
Councillor Deans.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Conseil Fleury. Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor McKenney.
Present.
Councillor Leeper.
Here.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Conseil Cloutier.
Present.
Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor DeRusse.
Here.
Councillor Moffat. Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Hubley.
Here.
Mayor Watson.
Ici.
Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, I'm here. It's Councillor Fleury.
You have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Excuse me. Confirmation of minutes, adoption de procès verbaux pour le 26 janvier 2022.
Adoption of the minutes for the 26th of January meeting.
A declaration of interest,
Adopted.
including those originally arising from prior meetings. Déclaration de conflit d'intérêt. Councillor Curry, please.
I, Councillor Kathy Curry, declare a potential indirect pecuniary interest on zoning bylaw amendment 702 Earl Armstrong Road, report AC 2022 PIEPS 0003. As the applicant for this matter is the Ottawa Carleton District School Board, OCDSB, and although I will not be teaching with the OCDSB this year, I'm still an OCDSB employee due to the fact that I remain on the board's occasional feature list.
Thank you. Any other conflicts of interest? Communications as presented. Regrets, no regrets filed to date. Motion to introduce reports. Motion portant présentation de rapport. Conseiller Cloutier, s'il vous plaît, et conseillère Kitts.
Merci, Mr. Mayor. That the deferred report from Planning Committee entitled Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendments 1 and 19 Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report 28, Finance and Economic Development Committee Report 34, Planning Committee Report 55, Transportation Committee Report 25, and the report from the City Clerk entitled Summary of Oral and Written Public Submissions for Items Subject to the Planning Act, explanations required at the City Council meeting of January 26th, 2022 be received and considered, and that the rules of procedure be suspended to receive and consider the Built Heritage Subcommittee 24 due to the time sensitivity of the item contained in the report.
On the motion, carried.
Mayor, I've got my hand up.
Sorry, Councillor Menard.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, Mayor, we have an evolving situation with the occupation in Ottawa, and we have new information today about apparently new encampments being set up in further other wards south of Carleton University, River Ward. I'm wondering, are we having an update today on the occupation in Ottawa at all? Because I know we had an update on Monday, but it's 2 days in advance. This is a daily updating occurrence. It's the most important thing happening in the city, and I hope that we can talk about it today.
Yeah, this is not before us, but the police will be participating in the city's media availability conference, which will be broadcast on YouTube, and they'll be sending around a written report as they have for the last several days.
Okay, can we actually add it to the agenda, Mayor, today? Can we add Ottawa occupation to the agenda today? I'll put that forward as a motion.
Yeah, you need a seconder and 3/4, and I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get any officials here with such short notice, Councillor. The chief, as you can imagine, is pretty...
I'll second that. I wouldn't mind having an update.
Thank you.
Okay, so it requires, Madam Deputy Clerk, 3/4 to get something new on the agenda.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
With the concurrence of members of council, I think we'll ask our city manager to give us an update under other business. And if we can get someone from the police, then so be it. Mr. Kanalakis, can you give a verbal update at the end of the meeting under other business?
Mr. Mayor, I can give a verbal update on the things that we're aware of from the overnight briefing, but I'm not current on the entire situation. We need the police here to be able to do that because it's active and fluid. So my information is from, I have an update from overnight last night briefly, as does Kim Ayat, but we need police and we will see if we can get them if the motion passes.
Okay, well, let's try our best to get someone from the police if possible. We don't want to take them away from their pressing duties. So if that's agreeable, Councillor Menard and McKinney, we don't need a motion. We just direct our city manager to give us an update. Agree?
Thank you. Thanks.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is postponements and deferrals. We'll come back to that because there are motions that are attached to that. Onto the consent agenda. Committee reports, Rapport de Comité, Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report number 28. Motion representation on Conservation Authority boards. Carried?
Carried.
Item 3, motion extension for the proposed antenna system at 4118 William McEwen Road. Carried? FEDCO report number 34. There's a motion to defer, so we'll come back to that. Planning Committee, report number 55, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment 641 Rideau Street. There's a motion on that, so we'll come back to that. Item 6, zoning bylaw amendments 385 Sussex Drive, modification de règlement de zonage 385 Promenade Sussex.
Hold.
Hold. Transportation Committee report number 25, rapport numéro 25 du Comité de Transport Strategic Road Safety Action Plan Annual Report. Received and carried. Received and carried. Item 8, motion, road closure, fire and ice installation. Carried.
Carried.
Build Heritage Subcommittee report number 24, rising from the Build Heritage Subcommittee meeting of February 8th, 2022, rapport numéro 24 de sous-comité de patrimoine bâti, application to demolish 323 Daly Avenue. Carried?
Carried. Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to make a small comment on this, the urgency.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to thank city staff, particularly in building code and planning, for working diligently within the city, but also with the community to do the proper analysis that led to the emergency report. I'm happy that staff did reaffirm once again that this is not a precedent setting. There is unique set of circumstances of a heritage building that had a recent fire. So, Mr. Mayor, I'll be supporting the report and want to thank staff for the quick diligence since the fire on this matter.
Right, merci. Excuse me, carried. A bulk consent agenda. Does anyone wish to remove anything from the bulk consent agenda? So we'll ask Councillor Curry, who's declared a conflict, to remove herself from this item on the bulk consent agenda. Carried?
Carried.
All right, so we'll go back to our first item, which is a deferral. Official plan and zoning bylaw amendments 1 and 19 Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway. Councillor Leeper, seconded by Councillor Gower, has 2 motions. Councillor Leeper, if you'd like to introduce your motions, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And may I just make a quick comment as well to the overall item?
Yes, you can do that as well.
Fantastic. So first I'll get the motions on the table, and those are coming up on screen now. Thank you very much, clerks. So whereas motion PLC 2021-49-1 introduced new mapping revised in pages 31 and 32 is found in document 2 of the report, and page 36 is found in document 4, and whereas further to council's approval of motion 2021-49-1, the affected land areas are impacted and therefore a technical amendment is required to implement council's intent. Therefore be it resolved that council approve the following: 1, an amendment to the official plan, volume 1 for 1 and 119 SJAM Parkway to redesignate approximately 2.7 hectares of land from major open space to general urban area as detailed in document 2. 2, an amendment to the official plan, volume 2A, Scott Street Secondary Plan for 1 and 19 Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway to redesignate approximately 2.7 hectares of land from open space existing to a new designation, institutional embassies, as detailed in Doctor 2. Whoever's showing the screen, there's some Teams notifications coming up there. And 3, an amendment to zoning bylaw 2008-250 for 1 and 19 Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway to rezone approximately 2.7 hectares of land from residential fifth density, etc., to minor institutional subzone A exception, etc., and to rezone. And sorry, there's just the, yeah.
Just going to ask if Kelly, you could take over screen sharing for a moment, please.
Colleagues, this is a technical mapping amendment. To minor institutional subzone A exception XXX or 4X holding zone, and to rezone approximately 1 hectares of land from open space subzone L, etc. I don't think there's a third resolution or a fourth. Oh, there is. Direct staff to incorporate the amendments to the official plan volumes 1 and 2 as detailed in document 2 into schedule B2 inner urban transect of the new official plan, and the Scott Street secondary plan as part of the new official plan. And then there is a second motion that changes some languages. With which the community staff and I have been working. Maybe I will just go straight to the resolution, please. Therefore, be it resolved that council approve the following: that the following text be added to the amendment to the Scott Street secondary plan under the heading Public Realm and Mobility, immediately following the words, "The city may require enhanced streetscape measures along public streets." 7, development may provide pedestrian corridors for access between Forward Avenue and the extension of Hinchy or along other easement corridors. That the subsequent numbering with the secondary plan amendment text be adjusted accordingly. 3, that with respect to document 3 of the report A, the following text within the draft zoning bylaw amendment contained within document 3 of the staff report be deleted. An amendment to this bylaw to remove the holding provision on a lot by lot basis once an application for site plan control under the Planning Act for the subject lands is approved, which addresses the following: to the satisfaction of the general manager of planning, infrastructure and economic development. 1H, a transportation impact assessment that A, at the time of the first application for site plan control, demonstrates a feasibility concept for multimodal facilities such as sidewalks, cycle tracks, and or multi-use pathways along abutting streets and at the Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway and Slidell Street intersection, and detailed design for the same where they are within the adjacent street frontages. B, at the time of each application for site plan control after the first but before the final, demonstrates detailed design for multimodal facilities such as sidewalks, cycle tracks, and or multi-use pathways along the adjacent street frontages. And C, at the time of the final application for site plan control, demonstrates a detailed design for multimodal facilities such as sidewalks, cycle tracks, and or multi-use pathways within the adjacent street frontages and at Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway and Slidell Street intersection. B, that the text deleted by 3A be replaced by the following text: an amendment to this bylaw to remove the holding zone provision in part or in full is permitted once an application for site plan control under the Planning Act for the subject lands is approved, which addresses the following to the satisfaction of the General Manager of Planning, Real Estate, and Economic Development. 1, a transportation impact assessment that includes a detailed design for sidewalks along Hitchie Avenue and Burnside Avenue within the adjacent street frontages and connecting to the sidewalk at the intersection of Slidell and Burnside, and B, an active transportation connection from the north side of the intersection of Burnside and Slidell to the north side of the intersection of Slidell and the SJAM. And be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given. So both of those motions, the second motion is intended that if this project moves ahead, the community is going to get the pedestrian infrastructure that we expect to happen with that. But colleagues, if I may take a moment, I am asking that again, that this not be allowed to proceed. Over the course of Christmas holidays, I, staff, and the community spent some significant time trying to acquire a couple of very interesting parcels of land that would have added relatively significantly to the parkland inventory in an area that is bereft of green space. And we were unsuccessful. I'm looking forward to sharing the lessons of that with you at the appropriate time. But what I know from residents and what I see walking around is that we cannot lose this green space. Our official plan calls for us to provide green space for rapidly intensifying neighborhoods like Mechanicsville. It would be inappropriate to allow this Embassy Road proposal to move forward. For those who may not be familiar with the file, they're proposing to build 5 embassies in a parcel of land that is currently forested. When you take a look at the heat map that the city has published, you can see the green effect of this parcel of land in a concrete jungle. I am asking that we be sensitive to the climate crisis that we've declared and preserve this land as green space by rejecting this proposal by the NCC to turn it into a further extension of a concrete jungle in a neighborhood that we, in our official plan and in our zoning, are going to allow thousands of new residents to live in. We need this space, colleagues. Please reject the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Questions and comments, Councillor Tierney.
Great, thank you very much, and great comments, Councillor Leeper. First of all, we've asked for a deferral of this application a couple of times now. And I'm not sure if you saw what our Eastern colleagues put out this morning. We've also been struggling with the NCC. Their mandate, in my view, is green space. I'm having a big struggle over the last 12 years, trying to get the NCC to get on board where it will see their portfolio increase in green space, solve a massive transit issue in the east end of the city. And it's time for the NCC to start working with the city. I get their board is unelected, but certainly we want to send a strong message that they have to learn to work with our city and work together collectively so we can accomplish things. And I don't see that. We see it again in the case of Councillor Leeper, where he thought he was going to get the best for his constituency. And again, they're not honest brokers. They haven't delivered. Friends and colleagues, I will be voting strongly against this today. And I'm hoping that you will also take into my friend Councillor Leeper's thoughts as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kitts, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll echo the comments of my colleague. You may remember that when this file came forward at Planning Committee, I was struck with the duplicity of what we had before us, an application where the community is fighting for green space, and yet in the East End, we've spent years at an impasse with the NCC on the location of critical infrastructure, including a bus rapid transit corridor, with their resistance hinged on protecting green space. And so, Councillor Turney and I worked together to defer this item to allow for further negotiations with the NCC on a path forward. But as those have continued to fail, I cannot support this application. The ward councillor just outlined his opposition to this in Kitchissippi, but my vote today is with the intention of sending a clear message to our partners at the NCC that as a city, we are unable to meet the housing density, mobility, and environmental resilience targets of our new official plan by furthering car-centric development. And the healthy growth of my community is under threat. So this cannot continue. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Luloff, please.
I completely agree with my Eastern colleagues and with Councillor Leeper as well. The NCC speaks out of both sides of its mouth when it comes to green space and protecting green space and expanding green space. What's good for downtown is good for the suburbs as well. While at the same time they're speaking out of both sides of their mouth, they won't come and sit down and speak with us. We've provided, along with city staff, several options that would increase the NCC's hold on green space in the East End in exchange for being able to increase our bus rapid transit system out here. Our residents cannot make it to work. We do not have rapid transit options in the south of Orleans. Development cannot continue there as it's completely unsustainable at this point in time. There are people that want to live out here, work and play out here in the East End, and they are unable to do so because there's no viable transit option for them to make it into work. So I would also encourage my colleagues not to vote for this. It's time to send a strong message to the NCC that if they're going to be good partners to the city, that they have to come down to the table and speak with us about things like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you very much. I'll be voting against this project as well. I work with the NCC all the time. We're surrounded by the NCC. And when the official plan came up, my residents asked to have a motion to protect green space around Moody Station. And it seemed redundant because it's green space and it's NCC, but you can understand that the concern because there is concern that rules could change, and that was a concern. So I appreciate that if we're the precedents that it sets bothers me. It's one thing if they were offering land for affordable housing, that would be something that we could work with, but this is not what that's about. I think that we have to look at this very carefully in terms of precedent setting, because we're going to continue to work with the NCC. We're working with them all the time, especially with the rapid transit and connectivity. But green space is very special, and we want to be on the same team with them on green space. But in this case, it doesn't jive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dudas, please.
I wanted to strongly proclaim that I will be supporting my downtown colleague, Councillor Leeper, as well as my Easton colleagues, because we have found that over many, many years of trying to bring the NCC to the table to merely discuss the option of introducing an extension of Brian Coburn and the Cumberland Transitway, which really would allow for the continuation of our investment into our transit infrastructure, they've been unwilling to even talk. And, once again, a lot of the points that they bring into the conversations require conversation, and to stonewall about that is a disservice to not just the East End, but our city's transportation network. I've been actually part of these conversations with the NCC about option 7, about the transitway, long before I was a councillor, as a resident representing a community in the East End. And it's exhausting about how long they've put up walls and been unable and unwilling to even discuss. And we have seen at other committees about the impacts of their inability to discuss this with us on some of the communities I represent. Bradley Estates has come to Transportation Committee and Planning Committee and shown how the impacts of their unwillingness have led to thousands, 10,000 plus in peak periods, cars jamming up their streets. You know, we're talking about a good faith conversation, and the NCC has been unwilling to do this. So I fully support my Eastern colleagues. I support Councillor Leeper. We all are stewards of the City of Ottawa. We need to have a frank and honest conversation with the NCC. And if they're not willing to come to the table, then we need to take a strong stance to ensure that they have that, you know, respectful conversation with us for the benefit of our residents. So I really do appreciate Councillor Leeper bringing this forward. I fully support it. And I look forward to having those conversations with the NCC, even if it means that we have to strong arm them to get them there.
Thank you, Councillor. Conseiller Fleury, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. Puis, je comprends certainement.
Thank you very much. I do understand all of the emotion when we're talking about the NCC. Every single day, we're normally working in close collaboration with them. Once in a while, we have different objectives, and I think this is one of these situations. I have a few examples for you. First of all, Councillor Leeper made an excellent job trying to protect a large swath of green spaces downtown. I think what he said was very, very relevant. We have to be extremely careful when we're talking about development. We have existing green space. We have to protect them and even increase the area if possible. I'll give you another example of what happened with the CCN and some of the issues we had. When we talked about the King Edward Corridor, this was a little bit before I was elected. So before 2010, when we were at the end of King Edward going towards McDonald-Cartier Bridge, there was a piece of land that was available. The CCN asked the city to protect it for the Qatar embassy. If you go at this space right now today, you'll see a piece of land that's been abandoned, not used. So I think we have a responsibility as a national capital. We also have local objectives to respect. We can't say that NCC is interfering with us. We have to find some tools, make sure that we work with them to reach our objectives. As a community, we don't benefit directly from the construction of an embassy. Normally, it's fenced. We don't have access to the land. So this is sometime when we have issues because there's a disconnect between the collective interest and what's going on at the CCN. So I agree with my colleagues by rejecting this report. I think we have to have a good discussion with the NCC, talking about our responsibilities, especially when we're talking about embassies within the national capital. Thank you so much.
Councillor Leeper,
Thank
you'll
you,
come back to
Councillor
speak for
Fleury.
wrap-up. So we'll... Point of order.
While my colleagues are speaking, may I ask the clerk's office to email me a copy of the motion? I just want to read the motion without having it on the screen at this time.
Okay, Deputy Clerk will take care of that. Thank you. So Councillor Leeper, do you have a point of order, or are you wanting to wrap up debate on your amendments? Because we have another couple speakers.
Yeah, wrap up, please, Mayor. Wrap up.
Okay. Councillor Curry, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really, I just want clarification. I understand what is generally happening here, and I support what Councillor Leeper is trying to do. I supported everything that Councillor Leeper said and my other colleagues. But technically for this motion, and Councillor Leeper, maybe you can just clarify when you wrap up. You want us to amend a previous motion, but in fact, there's no support for the whole motion, the motion as a whole. So your amendments are just trying to make this better, but at the end of the day, none of us support the whole motion, is from what I'm hearing here. Is that correct? Because I just want to make sure you don't want to vote the wrong way, and then they'll say, well, she's new. We don't want that. So I just want clearly, what is it that we're doing here? We're voting, we support Councillor Leeper from what I'm hearing, but at the end, there'll be another motion that'll come to us that we don't support.
Mayor, may I can do that now rather than wrap up?
Well, you can answer this because it's a question of your amendments, and then you can still have wrap up.
Yeah. I'm obviously hearing the strong opposition to this proposal on the part of my colleagues, for which I'm grateful. But we haven't voted yet on the main motion. I am asking people to vote in favor of the amendments so that if this does move ahead, it's a better proposal. But I am looking forward, based on the conversation thus far, to seeing the overall proposal, even as amended, rejected. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Curry.
Thank you. I got it. Thanks.
Councillor Gower, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to pick up on something several of our East End colleagues mentioned, that how important Brian Coburn is for new home growth in the East End, and significant as well yesterday with the release of the Ontario Housing Affordability Task Force that recognized the need in Ontario to find every way possible to accelerate growth. This is one of the ways that if we can get the NCC on board, every government partner on board to encourage housing growth, this is one of the ways that we can address the housing crisis. So thank you to Councillor Tierney and colleagues for raising that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Moffat, please.
Thanks. I didn't catch the starter, but I mean, I remember this file well from when it came to committee back in September. I certainly understand the challenges, the frustrations when two sides can't seem to work together, and you might try to compromise between those two sides, and how frustrating it could be when that compromise doesn't work. That certainly happens often, and it can be certainly a challenge. But committee debated this file as a planning file, which is what it is. It's a matter that has to be based in planning policy, official plan policy. And with some amendments that Councillor Leeper brought forward, which are thoughtful amendments and were accepted by the committee voted in favor of this 6-3. There's no mechanism in the provincial policy statement that allows you to leverage a planning file in order to try to secure an infrastructure file. So if you want to vote against this because you want an infrastructure file somewhere else in the city and you feel this is the way to get it, the Ontario Land Tribunal is going to disagree with you, because there is no such thing as that type of leverage. And I don't think that we want to start evaluating planning files based on other positions we have on other files in the city. So I completely see where this is going, where council is going to vote on this. But make no mistake that Councillor Lieber's opposition to this file is much different than the opposition of others to this file. And if it wasn't for Brian Coburn Boulevard, this file would be approved today by this council. But I will stand with the position that committee took back in September and support this that was supported by staff from a policy perspective with the amendments that Councillor Lieber brought forward at that time.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak to the item before we have wrap up by Councillor Leeper? Councillor Aguilar, please.
Just very quickly, Mr. Mayor, I just want, based on what we just heard from Councillor Moffat, what's bothering me about this particular matter, and I think it's what's bothering Councillor Leeper as well, is in good faith he sat down, tried to negotiate a way through, thought that he had a deal. It sounds like the rug was pulled out at the last minute on him and his community. So, and he was negotiating on planning principles and around the planning applications. That's why I'm voting against this particular application. It's all got to do with how it appears to me, unless I misheard Councillor Leeper, that with a great deal of frustration, his community was led down a garden path, so to speak, and then there was no garden at the end of it, and no promise of a garden at the end of it. So that's my basis for voting against it. It's on the basis of his concerns, his planning concerns for his community around this particular project.
Okay, anyone else on the item or the motions?
Just a
Councillor Alchantieri.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure if Mr. Mark with us this morning, but based on what we heard from Councillor Moffat, and I know Council can vote whichever way they like, but I'd like to hear from our legal staff. Will that be holding anyway at the land tribunal?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mark is actually in a land tribunal hearing this morning, but Ms. Christine Enta is available to support on planning matters. So I'd invite her to respond to that.
Mr. Mayor, it can be very difficult to make a determination as to what the tribunal is going to assess in the event of an appeal on this matter. I've heard a myriad of reasons so far this morning, and so certainly it would depend on which rationale council would like to bring forward in terms of the refusal of this matter, if that is indeed the direction that this council is going.
Anything else, Councillor?
Yeah, okay, thank you. I will be supporting my colleague's motion, but I believe I'll still be voting for the planning staff recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Meehan, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. As a councillor who, I'll just speak on behalf of residents here, where the frustration I think is coming in for a lot of people when they look at this file is that, yes, we have several levels of government and several levels of authority here in the city. But as a city, we just passed an official plan, and the official plan is pretty clear. We want to protect green space. And I think that the NCC, as a body, should also respect that here in the city of Ottawa. And the fact of the matter is, planning committee can say, yes, we understand this and pass it, as Councillor Moffat has said. But for the residents of the area and for the area councillor who know this area best, we need to reflect those voices. And to have the NCC, and I love Councillor Kitt's word, duplicitous, to ask for that the embassies have green space, when we were requiring everybody else in the city to move into dense areas so that they could take advantage of transit, doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So I'd just like to speak on behalf of the residents and say, taking away green space for embassies sends exactly the wrong signal. And again, when I hear what would the Ontario Land Tribunal do if we decide to reject this file, let's reject it and see. And just to back down because there is a threat that we could lose, always sends the wrong signal. Let's tackle this file, vote it down, and then defend it as well as we possibly can. But let's just not roll over because we could possibly lose at the Land Tribunal. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brockington, please.
Thanks, Mayor. I hope it doesn't end up at the tribunal. I hope when we defeat this today, city staff will reach out to the NCC and say, hey, we want to facilitate the building of new embassies. We are the capital of Canada, but can we talk about location? Can we talk about what would be a good fit to make this work, but not at this location? And so I don't want, if this is defeated today, the NCC to say, well, we're just going to go to the tribunal and we're going to get this done because we gave you a courtesy to begin with. I voted against this at planning committee. I will vote against it again today. And I do believe the amendments before us are right and we'll be supporting those. But at the end of the day, as Councillor Tierney and others, certainly myself and River Ward, the NCC does a lot of good in the National Capital Commission, but there are certainly a long list of projects where communication and cooperation could be much, much better. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else? So Councillor Leeper, to wrap up, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and I will keep it very brief. And I've heard the clear opposition to this proposal from councillors. Our official plan is clear. And I agree with Councillor Brockington, I hope we don't find ourselves in front of the Ontario Land Tribunal, but Our official plan speaks to, in several places, retaining major public space, enhancing tree cover, protecting existing tree canopy, responding to climate change. We have targets in our official plan and we have targets in our green space master plan for the availability of green space. On planning grounds alone, you can feel very comfortable rejecting this application. In a neighborhood like Mechanicsville that is being so rapidly intensifying, it is critical that we adhere to the principles of the existing official plan and certainly to the ones that are even more aggressive in the official plan that is yet to be approved by the province. Thank you very much, colleagues, for the clear opposition to the proposal that I'm hearing, and I'm looking forward to the results of this vote.
Thank you. Just one technical question to legal. Is there a requirement for us to provide reasons for the rejection, and when do those have to be submitted by?
Mr. Mayor, there is a requirement under the Planning Act to submit a planning rationale in a refusal, which is the direction I'm hearing at this time. That will need to be provided today, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and who would take the lead in drafting that?
Mr. Mayor, I am presently working on that right now. Certainly, I am working with clerks and planning staff to put together the motion. We will be reaching out to Councillor Leeper's office with respect to the motion that he had put forward to have those that technical information included in the planning rationale.
Okay, so that has to be done before the end of the meeting, or it could be done sometime today? It has to be approved by council?
It should be done by the end of the meeting, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so you've got quite a task, so good luck. Keep us informed. So we'll deal with the amendments first. Councillor Leeper's first item, which is the 4 points attached to the sheet, to make sure they,
They were on the screen, Mr. Mayor.
The one, yeah, if we put on the screen, motion to adjust land area calculations.
Carried.
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 Did I hear a dissent by Councillor El Shantiri?
No, I said carried to those motions.
The second one is by Councillor Leeper, second by Councillor Gower, revise the secondary plan amendment. Carried?
Carried.
Carried. And next is the motion as amended. Yeas and nays, please.
Councillor El Shantiri.
No.
Councillor Eglai.
No.
Councillor Hubley.
Councillor Hubley?
Sorry, Mayor. No.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Moffat.
Yes.
Conseil Cloutier.
No.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Shirelli.
Yes.
Councillor Curry.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Derues.
No.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Harder.
No.
Councillor Deans.
No.
Conseil Fleury.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor McKenney.
No.
Councillor Kitts.
No.
Councillor Meehan.
No.
Mayor Watson.
No.
2 yeas, 22 nays.
Okay, so that is defeated, and we'll wait for the planning rationale before the end of the meeting. Our next item that was held is item 4, the waiver of real property policy and transfer of previously declared surplus land, part of 3380 Jockville Road. Councillor Harder has a motion, seconded by Councillor Moffat.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I hope that you all noticed this in your package last night. Whereas a significant number of community concerns have been raised following the consideration of the report at the February 2022 meeting of the Finance and Economic Development Committee, whereas the ward councillor would like the opportunity to share additional information with the community prior to being heard at council, therefore be it resolved, the council deferred this report to the February 23rd meeting of council. And just because I have the opportunity to tell you, I have been in discussion with Donna Gray and with Steve Willis and their teams. We're going to hold a meeting next week, an information session, because most of these people, in fact, all of the people that have written in, found out about the program that allowed the money to be funding this property in Barrhaven through CTV 6 o'clock news. And they have a lot of questions. So I'm going to combine the site plan just at a high level, and also how this funding was put together, and bring the people together one night next week and have that discussion. Thank you.
Okay, questions and comments? So on the amendment by Harder and Moffat, carried?
Mr. Mayor, that's the deferral, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, deferral.
Yes, yes, carried.
Carried. Okay, thank you. Our next item is item 5, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment 641 Rideau Street, modification de plan officiel et de règlement de zonage visant le 641 rue Rideau. Councillor Fleury has a motion, seconded by Councillor Gower. If we can ask the clerk to put that up on the screen, and Councillor Fleury, if you'd like to introduce your motion, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank committee members, the city and the applicant. Following, we had a rough idea of what we wanted to do for an MOU at planning committee, and now we've come forward with this negotiated approach. So, whereas report that you have in front of us recommends amendments to the Uptown Rideau Secondary Plan and Zoning Bylaw 2008-250 for the property at 641 Rideau to permit a 25-story building, whereas the Planning Committee on January 27, 2022 carried a motion relating to the issue of tenant displacement and affordable housing, and whereas after subsequent discussions between staff, myself, and the applicant, a consensus was reached on refining that motion, and whereas the proposed amendments for the motion is supported by myself, the applicant, and the city, therefore be it resolved that council amend motion number PL with the numbers with respect to staff report that's in front of us to revise the proposed new recommendation 1E as the following. So 1E, that the implementation official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amends do not proceed to council until the memorandum of understanding is executed by the applicant, and the memorandum of understanding contains the following. A, the property owner agrees to pay for tenant relocation fees associated with moving from the residential building currently on the lot and into a unit in another rental building up to a limit of 1,500. B, subject to the project being a rental product, the applicant shall offer current tenants the opportunity, first right of refusal at the market rent, to return to the new building in a unit of similar sizes as the one they vacated, and C, subsidize the rent differential of an alternative rental accommodation in another building in a unit of comparable size and price point for the period of 3 years for all current tenants with a tenure of a building over 5 years. All other tenants shall receive a 1-year subsidy. Be it further resolved that the MOU applies to current tenants as of January 27, 2022, and be it further resolved that pursuant to section 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
So I want to thank my colleagues, the applicant and the city. It's important that we really advance these sorts of negotiations, and it's been a number of examples recently, and I hope that it sends a signal of where we're heading in terms of community, in terms of city and council. I, as a local councillor, will not be supporting the application, so I invite you to vote for the motion, but then I won't be supporting the report. As you know, there's been a recent Uptown CDP, and there's a number of criteria that identify how the heights will be granted. And one of the key criteria here is 2 frontages, which aren't met for the additional height. So I'm eyes open that it did pass through committee, but I did want to explain my dissent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Curry, please.
I really just want to say thank you very much for the work on this motion by everyone. I enjoyed this conversation. You know, not all of these conversations are that fun or exciting, but this one certainly was so interesting and so good for the community. And I think it shows people that, you know, when we sometimes get criticism that we don't care or something to that effect, that we do. And I really think it also sends a message to other developers going forward that this is what they need to think about when they want to try to relocate or create a dim eviction or whatever, you know, our term is. So I was really pleased to see this, and I can understand that you may vote against it entirely, Councillor Fleury, but I really appreciate that this has been done. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Menard, please.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I also want to just thank Councillor Fleury for the work on this, for the motion. It's obviously difficult in a time when we don't have a lot of levers. Hopefully those levers come. But the amendment you're bringing, I think, is important. On the overall motion, I'll likely vote against, but I'll vote for your motion. And I agree with Councillor Curry. This is important discussion, and we got to get to a better place than we are now. And sometimes in these discussions, it is important to show some opposition at planning committee and council to get better outcomes, so that we pressure folks to come to a conclusion, so that the public benefits at large, and not just the people putting up that building. So really appreciate Councillor Fleury the comeback here, and the extra that you were able to get out of this with staff in this motion. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor. Est-ce qu'il y a des autres commentaires, questions?
Any other comments or questions?
Our motion carried. On the report as amended, carried with dissent by Councillors Fleury.
Dissent.
All right, well, let's do yeas and nays then.
Councillor Shantiri?
So just to clarify, we've approved Councillor Fleury's motion, and this is now, the question is whether to support the staff recommendation as amended. Thank you.
Councillor Shantiri?
Yes.
Councillor Eglai?
No.
Councillor Hubley?
Yes.
Councillor Luloff?
No.
Councillor Menard?
No.
Councillor Moffat?
Yes.
Monsieur Cloutier? Councillor Gower?
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli?
Yes.
Councillor Curry?
Yes.
Councillor Tierney?
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse?
Yes.
Councillor Dudas?
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh?
No.
Councillor Brockington?
Yes.
Councillor Harder?
Yes.
Councillor Deans?
No.
Conseil Fleury?
No.
Councillor Leeper?
No.
Councillor King?
No.
Councillor McKenney?
No.
Councillor Kitts?
Yes.
Councillor Meehan? Councillor Meehan?
Sorry, no.
Mayor Watson?
Yes.
14 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay, thank you. Next is zoning bylaw amendment 385 Sussex Drive, modification de règlement de zonage 385 Promenade Sussex. There are no motions that I have for this, so questions and comments. Councillor Fleury, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. Je vais faire mon intervention en français parce que...
I'll be speaking French because it's important for me to to answer all the clarification questions I got. There is, it is the Gig and Parents site, and the Archdiocese back then demolished some heritage buildings with the agreement of the city to have a temporary parking lot. We are 20 years later now, where temporary has become permanent. And in the past 3 years, they're not in conformity with the zoning, which forced them to ask for another extension. So I appreciate the motion of colleague Brockington to reduce the time, but I'd like us to go further. I'd like us to refuse the report, to reject it, for the simple reason that it is not temporary. I know that we went through COVID, we're very stressed, but the city is a very important partner that could free up that site. We have a parking reserve fund with over $20 million. We have active partners to redevelop this site with underground parking. So I'm extremely disappointed in the Archdiocese with the past Bishop Pendergast had developed a plan that was launching a redevelopment plan. But what we learned now through this submission, that all these efforts in the past few years of the city, of the community, and the past bishop has completely got back to the starting point. So we have to emphasize how important it is to keep up the word that was made, the promises made to the city. So I urge you not to allow a temporary extension to the Archdiocese, because I know that some people are kind of nervous because of the time we're living in, but there's no parking revenue coming from there. But I'm telling you, the city is part of the solution here. We have a reserve account for this that we could use with the market public sites of the Biowar Market. It's an ideal site right next to the market. So the excuse of not having the money is no good in this case. The city has the money and is ready to conclude a partnership with the Archdiocese, and we have to put an end to these extensions that are apparently temporary, but that have been in place for 23 years. So I recommend that you support me by rejecting this request for a temporary extension. Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments on this?
Thank you to Councillor Fleury, and I'm sympathetic to all of that. I do appreciate Councillor Brockington's motion from Planning Committee that reduces the extension from 3 to 2. The reality is, no matter what we decide today, I don't think there's any chance anything gets developed here in the next 2 years. And anything we do today, does not discourage or encourage. I think the motion from Councillor Fleury at the committee in terms of setting up a working group, a committee to support the church is reasonable and helps us get towards a solution. And I'm sympathetic as well to the difficulty that every church and religious organization has had in Ottawa over the last 2 years during the pandemic. I think that's definitely a factor in my decision making here. I don't want to be back in 2 years granting extension or extension again after that, but I think we can support the church, give them resources from the city, help them work with the community to find a reasonable solution in the next 2 years. And hopefully 2 years from now, the next term of council, we have a good solution in front of us that sees redevelopment on that lot. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Curry.
So the discussion at Planning Committee, I too, Councillor Fleury, I was not impressed with their general plan. I mean, I think one of the comments was, well, we had thought about creating a home for priests, retired priests, but we need to save money for it. And I thought that's not a good enough plan when this is a part of our city that, is something that everyone really has interest in and could be so much better. The challenge I have is if we don't vote for this extension, it doesn't necessarily give them any incentive to work with us. I mean, that's the problem. I mean, at one point in the meeting, the person that's now their CEO said, no, I'm not that interested in working with the community because we don't have any money. We haven't had time to plan. And so I sort of thought, well, if they have in 2 years, to Councillor Gower's point, in 2 years, what will be different if we block this? If we accept this right now, they at least have some income to work with us going forward, because that's the way that they will get income. Like they have $1.5 million in the bank, I think he said something like that, which is not enough to do anything. But I mean, I felt that the motion, the amendment, allowed for at least the concept of a working group. I think if we just vote against it entirely, then we'll have nothing. So, I mean, that's the challenge I'm having here, because I don't agree with what they want to do. And I think there should be something really fun and interesting done. But I don't know if the solution is just to vote against this right now. That's what I'm struggling with. Maybe other people have other things to say, though.
Thank you. Councillor Brockington, please.
I think what we have before us today is, I think, the right balance. It's not the solution. Their temporary parking extension expired actually in 2018. It lapsed for quite a while, and they're before us now. I think extending it 3 years sent the wrong message, because we haven't seen forward progress. And I think Councillor Fleury's motion about a working group gets us going, talking. What do we want to see for the site? What's realistic? How long is it going to take? Get something going. And in the meantime, we're not going to give you a 3-year extension. We are going to give you an extension, because this is either going to be used as a parking lot that generates revenue, or it's going to be a parking lot that doesn't generate revenue. And so I, as I said at committee, don't want to financially hurt the church, allow them to accrue these revenues. But my expectation is that when they come back through the good work of the local councillor and his community and the church, that there'll be forward progress. That's what I want to see, instead of what's been a stagnant file for quite some time. They took down heritage buildings quite a while ago, decades ago, from what I understand. And really the site has been what it is now, a parking lot. So that's my expectation. I think the amendment from 3 years to 2 is reasonable. And hopefully there'll be some progress once this is behind us today. So that's why I think what's before us today is the right fit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Des autres commentaires? So on the report as presented, carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Consent.
Dissent.
Yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays have been called.
Dissent.
Councillor El Shantiri,
Yes.
Councillor Eglai,
No.
Councillor Hubley,
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
Yep.
Councillor Menard.
Nope.
Councillor Moffat.
No.
Conseil Couchi.
Oui.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli.
No.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Harder.
Yes.
Councillor Deans.
Yes.
Conseiller Fleury.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor McKenney.
No.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Meehan.
Yes.
Mayor Watson.
Yes.
15 yeas, 9 nays.
Okay, next is disposition of items approved by committee under delegated authority. Received. Motion to adopt reports. Motion portant adoption de rapport. Councillor Cloutier, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. Que le rapport reporté du comité
The deferred report from the Planning Committee entitled Efficient Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendments 1 and 19 Sir John and McDonald Parkway, Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report 28, Built Heritage Subcommittee Report 24, FEDCO Report 34, Planning Committee Report 55, Transportation Committee Report 25, and the report from the City Clerk entitled Summary of Oral and Written Public Submissions for Items Subject to the Planning Act, Explanation Requirements, at the City Council meeting of January 26, 2022, be received and amended, adopted as amended. Thank you so much. Adopted.
Previously given. Motion dont avis a été donné entièrement. Councillor Deans, seconded by Councillor King, and they have a deferral motion. Councillor Deans, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Could you just ask the clerk to put the deferral on the screen, please? So be it resolved that the Deans King motion regarding Bill 21 be deferred until the first council meeting after the state of emergency has ended. Mr. Mayor, I really think that this motion deserves council's full and undivided attention, and I recognize that we're in the state of emergency, and as such, I'm just asking council to defer it until the state of emergency has passed.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Clerk, you had something you'd like to tell us?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. With the will of council, I think it would be appropriate to hold and revisit the motion to adopt reports after we have dealt with, after council has dealt with the motion for refusal on Sir John A. Macdonald, as the current motion to adopt reports that was read by Councillor Cloutier still included that item. Mr. Mayor, what that means is we'll ask Councillor Cloutier to read the motion to adopt reports again at the end of the meeting prior to the confirmation bylaw.
Okay, thank you. So on the Deans King deferral motion.
Carried.
Carried.
Next is a motion by Councillor Luloff, seconded by Councillor Kitts. Councillor Luloff, if you'd like to introduce it, please.
Thank you very much. If we can get the motion up on the screen, please. I did speak briefly to this when we tabled it at the last meeting. Essentially, what I'm asking is that we answer the call from the Ottawa Veterans Task Force to support many other municipalities and different government entities across Canada in supporting a petition to the Minister of National Defence to look at new evidence in the case of Private La Rochelle. During the war in Afghanistan, despite many acts of extreme bravery by Canadian forces, there was not one single Victoria Cross, Canadian Victoria Cross awarded to a member of the Canadian Armed Forces, despite the fact that many of our allies did receive a Victoria Cross. This citation for the Star of Military Valor reads as a perfect example of what should be considered for a Victoria Cross. The Ottawa Veterans Task Force supports this, and I'm asking for support from my council colleagues as well for this motion. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Any questions or comments? Excuse me. On the motion, carried? Adopted?
Carried. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Luloff and Kitts. The next motion is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Kitts, recognizing a former Ottawa resident. Therefore, be it resolved that the name Ryan Reynolds Way be added to the Building Code Services list of reserved street names to be used in the new cassette development being constructed by K-Van Communities at the corner of Mayor Blue Road and Brian Coburn Boulevard in Ward 19. On the motion, carried? Adopted?
Carried.
Motions requiring suspension of the rules of procedure. Motion exigeant la suspension des règles de procédure. Councillor Brockington and Deans. And my understanding is there's now not the requirement, Councillor Brockington, to suspend, that you'll do this as a notice of motion. Floor is yours.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. We've, through your office, have heard the airport would like to talk about this further. So notice of motion is going on the floor at this point. So I'll just read it into the record, if I may. Whereas the Ottawa International Airport Authority plans to allow development on a 10-acre red pine plantation along the south side of Hunt Club Road between Paul Anka and Billy Bishop. Whereas there's considerable community and environmental concern that the plan to cut trees in the red pine forest and large contiguous forest areas are normally protected when the city has authority. Whereas the city is prepared to work with the authority to find a solution that allows them to lease the site for use that requires less cutting of trees, protection of a quarter link between Hunt Club and the forest to the south, and/or explore a swap of lands. Therefore, be it resolved that Council 1 requests that the NCC review its authorities under Section 12.1 and 12.3 of the National Capital Act to assess whether it can require the airport authority to pause any removal of trees, and prior to approval of a new plan for the Hunt Club frontage by the Commission that would retain more trees and connectivity to the remaining forest. 2, request that a delegation of council comprised of the mayor or his designate, one of the co-chairs of the planning committee, and ward councillors Deans and Brockington meet with the city's nominees to the board of the airport authority to express council's concern with proceeding with tree cutting before further negotiations on the future of the red pine forest are completed. And 3, authorize the general manager of planning, real estate, and economic development and his designates to explore the feasibility of a land swap and report back to council on their findings. So we'll debate that at our next council meeting.
Okay, thank you for that. We do have a motion requiring suspension of the rules from Councillor Leeper and Gower, which is 861 Clyde Avenue. And if Deputy Mayor DeRuse can take over for the next few moments.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. You can introduce your motion, Councilor Lieber.
Thanks. It's a very small technical one. I think I'll just go to the bottom of that, please, to the resolution. Yeah, whereas the technical correction to document 3 details a recommended zoning is necessary to clarify the length that a balcony may project into a required rear yard, and therefore be it resolved that council substitute the text "a balcony may project into the required rear yard up to 0.5 meters from the front lot line above the 6th story," and point 2C of document 3 is contained on page 28 of the report, with the text "a balcony may project into a required rear yard up to 0.5 meters from the rear lot line above this 6th story, and be it resolved that pursuant to Planning Act subsection 3417, no further notice be given. And I would just note for the members, this is the very large, I think 5-tower development at the dairy plant along the Queensway that we approved a few months ago. So in the grand scheme of things, this is a relatively minor technical amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Lieber.
Carried.
On the motion, carried. Thank you.
Carried.
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 Mr. Deputy Mayor, I believe we have some motions of which our notice will be given for the subsequent meeting.
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me, but we can proceed with that one if we can, Madam Deputy Mayor, Madam Deputy Clerk.
I understand there may be a notice of motion for the subsequent meeting from Councillor Dudas, a technical amendment with respect to a brownfield grant application, 180 Metcalfe Street. Is that correct, Councillor Dudas?
Correct.
That's correct.
Are we able to put it up? Happy to read it. Whereas Council approved the Brownfield Grant Program application for 180 Metcalfe Street on April 14th, 2021, and the recommendations as approved by Council incorrectly listed the owner of the subject site as Jadco Inc., and where Jadco Inc. is the construction manager for the project, but the legal owner of the subject site is 1070 1572 Canada Inc. and Numbered Company Canada Inc. Jadco Corporation, whereas the Brownfield redevelopment grant agreement for the subject site has not yet been executed and is pending council's consideration of an amendment to the report previously adopted. Therefore, be resolved, the council approve the amended recommendations below as a replacement to those approved as part of report, which have been corrected where underlined to reflect the ownership of the property. Approve the Brownfield grant rehabilitation grant application submitted by Numbered Company, owner of the property. Sure, we can all see this improvement plan program not to exceed a total of $754,924, for which the grant payment period will be phased over a maximum of 10 years of development, subject to the establishment of, and in accordance with the.
Sorry, Councillor, I'm seconding that.
Yeah, sorry, I lost.
We'll just scroll up.
Sight of where we are in that because it flipped up, but I'm sure we can all read it. It's a notice of motion, and I'm happy to answer any questions if they come up.
Okay, so that's a notice of motion. We'll deal with that at our next meeting. Are there any other notices of motion for consideration at a subsequent meeting? No, okay. Motion to introduce bylaws. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Leeper. Sorry, we have your the reasoning on the Sir Johnny MacDonald issue. Would you like to read that into the record?
Yes, and thank you to everyone who's been working quickly behind the scenes on this. Whereas the recommendation to approve an amendment to the official plan and zoning bylaw to permit development of a diplomatic precinct was lost at the City Council meeting of February 9th, 2022. Whereas the Planning Act process provides for the formal refusal of an item together with the reasons for refusal. And whereas preserving the maximum amount of green space will help mitigate the climate and stormwater effects of this development, therefore be it resolved that Council approve that 1, the application for amendments to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw 2008-250 for 1 and 19 SJAM Parkway to permit the development of a diplomatic precinct be refused. 2, the reasons for the refusal of the zoning amendment are: A, the applicant has not provided the appropriate amount of green space for a rapidly developing area and has not provided parkland to meet the CDP parcel previously identified for this site. B, connectivity between the development and the neighborhood area and community has not been appropriately established. And C, landscaping which buffers the area has not been maximized and needs to be reassessed to mitigate impacts to the community. D, sidewalk and transportation infrastructure providing passage from the community into the diplomatic precinct has not been adequately implemented.
Okay, so your seconder, Councillor, is?
Councillor McKenney.
McKenney. Okay, questions and comments on the motion? Carried?
Carried.
Motion to adopt reports, motion portant présentation d'un règlement. Councillor Cloutier, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you very much. And Madam Deputy Clerk, if you could, yeah, I didn't get it, so if you could put it up. That the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report 28, Built Heritage Subcommittee Report 24, Finance and Economic Development Committee Report 34, Planning Committee Report 55, Transportation Committee Report 25, and the report of the City Clerk entitled Summary of Oral and Written Public Submissions for items subject to the Planning Act explanation requirements at the City Council meeting of January 26, 2022, be received and adopted as amended.
Adopté, carried.
Carried.
Councillor Cloutier and Kitts, règlement de ratification, s'il vous plaît.
Que les règlements énumérés à l'ordre du jour sous le
That the deferred report in 3 readings be adopted, passed and adopted, that the rules of procedures be suspended to consider the following bylaw be read and passed. Sorry, we're not at the right place.
Adopté, carried.
Adopted.
Under inquiries, City Manager Kanalakis. We don't know if we, I believe Deputy Chief Bell has come out of a meeting, and they have about 20 minutes to give an update. Mr. Kanalakis.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, I'm not. I haven't confirmed that. We have not been able to confirm Chief Slowly. In fact, police, just for council's benefit, did inquire yesterday afternoon with the clerk if they would be required at council, and they were told no because there were no agenda items. But we did confirm Deputy Chief Bell to come to the media availability after council. They are all in operational planning meetings this morning with other police agencies, and so the chief has not been able to step out, or any other deputy. So we don't have them available for this part of the agenda. So we'll only have Steve Bell after for the media availability. Myself and Kim Ayotte can give a limited briefing in terms of what we know, but we won't be able to answer all the questions, obviously, that you may have that relate to police operations.
Okay, well, I think if you can give us what information you have.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, it's Councillor McKenney. Just a point of order, I think. I have a motion seconded by Councillor Brockington. Should I introduce that now? It relates to this item.
Yeah, if I could ask the clerk from a procedural point of view, how would this be accomplished?
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, what I understood that took place earlier at council was the fact that council unanimously accepted to add to the agenda item an update from the city manager with regards to the truckers demonstration. In doing so, then any motions do not require 3/4 to waive the rules to get on, because that item is now before council with the pending update of the city manager. So a motion would be in order. We'd have to look at what the wording of the motion said to provide any further procedural advice.
Okay, Councillor McKenney, if you want to introduce the motion.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I believe Caitlin has a copy. I can just read it out. Is there a copy to go up that everyone can see it? It's pretty simple. I'll read it out.
It might be one moment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, sure. I'll just go ahead and read it out. It's not complicated. And this is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Brockington. Whereas an occupation continues to occur in the city of Ottawa, whereas an emergency has been called in the city of Ottawa, and whereas new encampments have been identified in River Ward and Capital Ward, and whereas the situation is escalating and hands on all deck need to be focused on this issue, be it resolved that all committees be cancelled until the 18th of February 2022. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, your comments on the motion and the requirement to have it debated.
Reconsideration.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I've had an opportunity to look at the motion that is before you this morning. There was a motion and a particular resolution that council addressed at its last meeting on Monday, special meeting. That motion lost 10-14. One of the resolutions in that motion said, and I'll read it, Mr. Mayor, that meetings of standing committee, subcommittee, and advisory committee meetings for the week of February 7 to 11 be canceled, including planning committee on February 10th and the French Language Services Advisory Committee on February 10th. The resolution you have before you is now that all committees be canceled until February 18th. Mr. Mayor, I'm of the opinion that council has already addressed this issue, and therefore to pass this motion would require 3/4 of the members present and voting.
Okay, thank you for that. So we'll deal with it after we go through the list of speakers, Councillor McKenney. And Mr. Kanalakis, I realize we put you in an awkward situation because you don't have the most up-to-date information, and the senior leadership of the police are obviously preoccupied. So maybe give us as much information as you can. And we'll start with Councillor Brockington with questions.
You want me to go first, Mr. Mayor, or would you want...
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. Yes, that was the intent.
Yeah, you don't have to refer to me as Deputy Kanalakis, Chief Kanalakis either. It's okay. I'll do my best. I will start by saying a few things just in terms of the sequence of events today. That apparently we have not confirmed Premier Ford and Minister Elliott are planning to hold possibly planning to hold a press conference around 11:30 or sometime over noon hour. We don't know what the topic is. We also are aware that Rick Hillier and Maxime Bernier are holding a media conference at the hotel that they're staying at downtown, the Marriott Hotel, concerning the Freedom Convoy, along with independent or who they say are independent doctors and ministers to talk about.
Sorry, Mr. Kanalakis, can I interrupt on a point of order? You said Rick Hillier, the former general. I think you mean Randy Hillier.
Randy Hillier, sorry, Randy
yes.
Hillier.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that. So Randy Hillier is going there. So that's happening today. There's supposed to be a candlelight vigil at 4:30, apparently on Parliament Hill, in support of those injured by the vaccine. So that's kind of the movement that's happening there. From yesterday, the police service reported basically minimal to no demonstrators on the Hill. Parliament sat with no issues. The bylaw has been embedded with police, and they've been patrolling with their quick response teams through the neighborhoods and in the red zone, issuing tickets. And Kim Ayotte may have more information about that. There was an encampment at Metcalf Road that was dismantled without any issues. And Parliament is sitting again today, I believe at 2 o'clock. There were no events to report overnight of significance, other than there was a flood in the East Block of Parliament, which the fire service had to get in through the emergency lanes to deal with. The House is sitting today at 2 o'clock. There's no change in the police posture at this time. Bylaws again back out with OPS, enforcing bylaws and Highway Traffic Act and other issues. There was reports that some trucks we've seen in the media have left the downtown convoy. We believe they have, but we're not sure where they went, because there are also reports of an increase on SJAM as a result. So police are now working to count the number of trucks in the downtown core to give us a up-to-date number. From overnight, there was some discussion that OPP possibly identified a convoy in the East End that apparently is remaining out in the East End, driving through. They're not expected to come downtown. There's no confirmed numbers at this point. That was the end of that portion. In terms of the encampments, Kim Ayotte checked. There is one encampment at 1500 Bronson. The police made the decision to rather have those vehicles and trucks park in the neighborhood and residential streets. They asked the federal government who owns the property to allow some vehicles to park there. We have a photo of that now. There are some vehicles in that parking lot at 1500 Bronson. Our National Capital Region Control Center has not been able to confirm that there are any other encampments. Other than that, there were some pop-ups that I believe police cleared out yesterday, but we're not aware of, and I'd be happy to hear from any councillors that might have different information, but as of 15 minutes ago, we're not aware of any other encampments that are embedded in the wards mentioned. So that's where we're at with that, with respect to that. Kim, do you have any other information you wish to add?
No, that was a very good report. Just that we issued 154 tickets yesterday in the red zone, and we didn't tow any vehicles yesterday, but we have towed 29 since the beginning of the protest. Thanks.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Kanalakis? Councillor Brockington. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager, for the brief update. The encampment that you mentioned at 1500 Bronson Avenue. So no outreach with my office from anyone at the city or the police. I'm not sure why the city and or police would condone a new encampment in a new neighborhood. The rationale given to me this morning was that the police wanted to avoid overburdening the downtown core with more vehicles and then condone or permitted the establishment of this without any type of outreach to me. I already have a local principal emailing me this morning of a school in the vicinity who's very concerned. So who's making the decision to allow new encampments to be built? And why would that be done in absence of any discussion with the local councillor?
Mr. Mayor, I can't answer that question. The police direct where the vehicles go, and the police manage how they, the logistics of where those vehicles go. They obviously made a decision that they would prefer to have them on 1500 Bronson rather than neighborhood streets and the adjoining streets, but that's a question to be directed to the police chief or Deputy Bell or one of the officers that comes onto one of the calls.
In lieu of anyone from the OPS here, if they don't arrive before this meeting ends, Mr. City Manager, and I will follow up, of course, but can you please take note of this, that we should, part of progress is we don't establish new encampments in neighborhoods. I don't want new vehicles coming to the downtown core, but we're also expecting that we're not going to see new camps in other neighborhoods. So it's just disappointing to see that. I saw that last night, some drone footage before I went to bed, and reached out and get the answer this morning that the OPS facilitated this. I'm surprised the federal government would say yes to this, that they would want that within some pretty high security buildings in this immediate vicinity in Confederation Heights. Just on the McKinney motion, I support this. It makes sense. It has a time frame, which I'm sure if it needs to be revisited, council can look at it. But because of the time frame, this and next week, and with all the ongoing challenges, and appreciate the conversations I've had with Councillor McKinney as well over the last couple of weeks, I certainly will be supporting that motion before us. But to Mr. City Manager, I would like to have some more information from the OPS as soon as possible. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Fleury, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking to see if there is legal on the call. I do have a question and on the update relating to, okay, good. David, so I want to come back to a 21-year-old working with local lawyers to bring an injunction, a successful one. And I have to say, to me, it puts council and the city to shame. Like, I want to understand why we as a city can't lead on some of these injunctions. It was successful and was and had impacts. I don't know if you've gone through Catherine McKinney and my area in the last 24 hours, but from a noise perspective, it's significantly changed. So I'd like to hear from you on, like, why didn't we get ahead of that, and what can we do now? Because there's no question that the approach to the injunction demonstrated success.
Councillor, with respect to that particular injunction, if you're wondering why the city is not a party to it, simply the simple answer there is that injunction arises out of a class action. I understand your point to be, why isn't the city itself proceeding with an injunction? To that end, we have been working with the Ottawa Police. Again, if we seek an injunction, for example, that's too broad, then there is a very real risk that that kind of an injunction will not be granted by the court. So, for example, an injunction simply against protesting is unlikely to be supported by the court simply because of charter considerations. So, as we work with police, the idea is to ensure that whatever we ask the court to prevent people from doing is something that can be fit within a broader police operational plan, appreciating that, like the injunction that was granted, it may only be available for an initial period that's often 10 days. So we need to ensure that whatever we do is can be operationalized, that can be deployed by police and used to the greatest effect, and it can actually be enforced. And that can have operational infrastructure issues associated with it. For example, you've heard already about, for example, the availability of tow vehicles and things like that. So we continue to work with the Ottawa Police and our colleagues there to define what that might be in the event that there is a determination and the police believe that there is an injunction that the city could obtain that would allow them to better handle issues in the community or better address and exercise their powers, then we are there to support them. But those are the considerations, because there are, of course, risks of proceeding with an injunction if it's not granted, or even if it's granted but then can't be enforced, or if it can be mired in court or could be appealed, because those are the kinds of things that can, for example, embolden protesters. So it's in that context that we continue to work with police. But as I say, my team is ready to move quickly. We are prepared. That material is ready to go. We just need to identify what we would be asking the court to stop, and whether there are, for example, geographical boundaries to that, and then what the enforcement tools would look like.
Perhaps I could ask for a briefing, and those impacted could ask for a briefing with your legal team, because to me, an injunction on just getting our bus routes back on the ground would be a very, very decent one. We have a duty to residents of Ottawa to run the essential service, which is buses. And the detour routes that have been provided are not sufficient. Paratransport is struggling to access clients. To me, there's tons of noise was a massive one, no question. And I want to thank the community lawyers and the resident who brought the class forward. But I think this idea that we're waiting on police to guide this, we have responsibilities as city council and city that we need to be responsible to residents. So I wonder, because I only have 5 minutes here, is it possible to follow up with my team? Councillor McKinney, I don't want to add that if you're not interested, but I'd like to sit down with the legal team and mayor's office and so on to have a conversation on what are the ranges of impacts. Because to us, like transit, for example, is a big one. It's a massive one. If we can't get transit to operate, then, and David, I caution you, I'm not a lawyer, but we've moved from what was a protest 13 days ago to what is an occupation. And I'm not seeing our legal language shift. And I'm concerned about that, because certainly, I think all are, like, from the police board to the police chief to authorities, we're all saying it's an occupation and want to see this moved on. And I don't think that, anyways, I wonder if you could take that away and reach back into us. I'm not going to direct legal, but I would like to understand more in more detail what injunctions you are considering and looking at, and if you've considered some that I've raised one, but I have other ideas as well.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to have my team, whether it be with members of council, coordinated with the police, anyone like that. I am mindful at the end of the day, though, that the municipality is not a law enforcement authority. As has been reinforced by the province, by the federal government, this is a law enforcement activity. To the extent that we can support that, we are there to do that. But as I say, I'm happy to see what we can coordinate in that regard.
I'd be glad to assist. I would ask that OPS not be present. The resident and the class act did not include OPS. They did not ask for OPS's position on noise. So, you're having those conversations with OPS. I'm interested in having a conversation with our legal team to understand what the city can do.
Understood, Mr. Mayor, but to be clear, they did involve the Ottawa Police for purposes of identifying what the enforcement provisions, the enforcement clause would look like, because anyone bringing forward something like this forward needs to understand what the enforcement tools are going to be and what the limitations on those could be.
Okay, I have a lot of questions and we'll get to it in time, but Mr. Mayor, I know you had a meeting yesterday with senior federal officials, and I wonder if we could get an update on what you can and what you can share with us on that front. Our community has seen your tweet and was looking for additional clarity. And as a wrap up, not to hold my time, Steve, there's a number of inquiries that have come in either through Councillor Hubley and Councillor Tierney's motion and Councillor McKenney's inquiry I have inquiries too. So I wonder how are we managing the range of inquiries that are happening through this. Maybe the clerk can advise us, because my community is asking to bring motions and inquiries forward, and I want to make sure that that information is captured for future considerations.
Mr. Mayor, the motions and anything that arose out of the special council meeting is being coordinated, obviously, with the clerks, to all the various city departments to action and to fulfill and report back to either committee or council as directed. All the other inquiries, and I know we've been using this before, and I know councillors have been using other alternative means, but the councillor liaison function is the best way to centralize and capture all the inquiries councillors have in one database. And my office ensures that those inquiries are sent to the appropriate staff in the organization or police. We're coordinating with them so that we get a response back to you as quickly as possible. But if you want to capture all the inquiries in one place versus sending it to specific staff when they're not, and they're trying their best to shift them back to the council inquiry website and portal, so that we have them all in one place, so that we're not duplicating, we're not spinning our wheels, and we're providing consistent answers to all of council and the members of your community on their behalf.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor McKenney, please.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I did have a question for you there. I'm wondering if you could give some clarity, or if it's at this point premature.
Sorry, what is your question?
Sorry, my question to you was in relation to, you tweeted yesterday after a meeting with senior federal officials, and I was just looking if there was a pertinence of an update for us this morning on those discussions, or if it was premature.
Yeah, the meeting, whether meetings over Zoom and over the phone, went very well. The federal government understands our need for additional resources in a very quick period of time. And they're now working out with our officials the numbers and the timetable to get more police officers here in Ottawa. And I have a call with ministers at the provincial level this afternoon on the same topic, based on the letter that Councillor Deans and I sent. Thank you.
Thank you.
See, Councillor, oh, I thought I saw McKinney. It's Kavanaugh. My apologies.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I appreciate that we're getting these updates. Things have changed since Monday even, and we need to hear about it. I am concerned about this area that is being used to help the occupiers that is not downtown. And I feel like we're aiding and abetting, and we have to come up with a way to stop this. This is on federal land, and I'm really sad that the federal agency is not part of this prevention. If it's their land, why are they allowing it? This is a protest against them, and here we are managing it. I'm infuriated. It's wrong. So that has to be dealt with. I appreciate when we're talking about injunctions, and I want to thank those that put it together. The honking injunction, it was brilliant, and frankly, it doesn't look good on us, but it was very specific. And I get your point, Mr. White, about having to be specific, because if you have something too broad, it's not going to hold. But there's other specifics. I can't believe the number of fire hazards that are going on. I spent the weekend, at a marshmallow roast, and they thanked me because I got them a permit so they could have a little fire for a marshmallow roast with the Scouts. And I was thinking how ironic that I'm doing this, and yet there's these campfires going on downtown in the middle of streets. It just boggled my mind that we did the paperwork, we did everything proper so that the community could have something for their carnival, and then we can't do anything about downtown. Fire hazards are real. It really does worry me, and I can't understand how we can't go after that. I think that Councillor Fleury raised a good point about the bus service, which is also essential service. We've always talked about it as essential service. So those are other things. So those are my concerns. And I just feel like we have to do everything we can to go after this aiding and abetting. why isn't the federal government involved on something that is happening on their property is what I want to know. I don't know who can answer that, but
well, Mr. Mayor, I don't know how the logistics occurred and what discussions happened with the federal government and the police in terms of doing that. What I do know is that police had some tough choices to make. The truckers they're not participating in terms of saying, can you please park here in this slot? They just drop their truck off in the middle of a residential street, or so police are working with them with the police liaison teams to try and bring some order to the chaos and have the trucks parked in the most disruptive way. I understand what Councillor Brockman is saying in terms of, yeah, surprise, we've got some trucks on Bronson at 1500 Bronson, but they were overflow vehicles from the Coventry Road site, and they had to put them somewhere. They would have parked anywhere. So they wanted to get it under control. Police made an operational decision in real time, contacted the federal government probably through our control center, because they're in there. We have an integrated command center, and they gave the okay to put the trucks there. I can't give you more than that. I wasn't on the ground. No one spoke to me about that decision. It happened in real time, in the moment, where they're trying to do their best to keep trucks off residential streets or parked in the middle of Bronson Avenue. That's kind of the decisions they make, and they're tough calls. And once they get there, good luck moving them, as we've seen at Coventry and we've seen downtown. So that's the issue that we're in across the whole city. It's not unique to this particular situation.
Thank you, but it's not one or the other. We don't want them on our streets, and we don't want them having base camps either. It's because that aids, and that's my concern. So I thank you for your update, though.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McKinney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions. Do you want me to speak to the motion as well on this round?
You can do both.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Just on the issue of an injunction, I think that it's really important to, publicly state that, a violation of a court order really is a contempt of court, and it's a very serious offense. And I do believe that people who have to make their livelihood driving trucks do take that. Maybe not all of them, but seriously. So I just wonder if two things, is staff looking, is legal services looking at an injunction for idling, just given the toxicity of the fumes and the diesel that are occurring just outside of people's windows? And I guess on that, I just wonder too if public health has measured the air quality downtown. But I really want to know whether legal staff are working on an injunction vis-a-vis idling and the fumes, because if not, do we need a motion here today to ask you to do that?
Mayor, I can't speak to public health. With respect to enforcement of the bylaws generally, that is always something that we look at and would presumably underpin any injunction we might seek. As I say, our effort is to balance the likelihood of success with the likelihood that whatever we do is going to have a material impact on the lawlessness and from our purposes, violations of provincial or municipal law. That's certainly an element that we can look at in incorporating it. For example, if there is to be an injunction and filed as a one or more elements in that regard. I just so you know, Councillor, one of the questions I suspect we would get from a judge hearing injunction is what tools already exist and are they being employed? And so that's something that we're already mindful of, appreciating for example, the bylaw changes that Council adopted on Monday.
No, I can appreciate that, except that I think that the same would have held for the injunction on the horns. So is it possible then for staff, I don't want to, obviously you can't give us a clear answer today and we can't wait 2 weeks, but is it possible for legal staff to come back in the next, say, day to give us what you feel are options for an injunction on idling. People really are quite frightened that themselves, their children, people who are sleeping are being, exposed to these toxic fumes.
Councillor, there's certainly something we can look at. I would suggest that in concert with public health, we would be looking for evidence in that regard in terms of the impact. But that's something, as I say, whether we can do that within the next day. Again, my team is looking at a variety of options in that regard, and a number of other inquiries that we continue to get in terms of suggestions and options. So I'm happy to add that to the list.
Yeah, except that, again, the horns stopped when they got an injunction, right? It took a 21-year-old kid from Centertown and a couple of lawyers, but the honking has stopped. So I do believe that it works. And the exhaust right now is really, I can tell you from this councillor whose residents, including Councillor Fleury, are in the middle of this, exhaust is a serious concern. So I'll leave that with you. I appreciate the response on that. And just, Mr. Kanellakis, if do you know if the issue of insurance for the drivers, their companies that they're leasing these trucks from, et cetera, has that been thoroughly investigated, and has the insurance for each of the trucks who are here, small and large, been notified that they are part of, at this point, an illegal occupation in the city?
Mr. Mayor, the discussion about insurance and other regulations governing transport vehicles has been an active discussion at the federal and provincial level with a group of deputy ministers I'm involved with on a daily call, and that is being pursued. It really falls to the provincial governments to regulate and enforce that. And the challenge, of course, is that you have trucks from multi-jurisdictional provinces here in town. They're not just Ontario. And so, the federal government has looked at this very carefully from what they regulate, and they do not have regulatory authority in this space with these particular transport trucks, but the provinces do. So the ask is being made of Ontario, Alberta, and other provinces whose plates are represented here in the downtown core to pursue, we've asked to pursue whatever regulatory mechanisms they have or any tools they have to put pressure on and impact the licensing, the insurance, their CVOR, Commercial Vehicle Operating Registry, to start impacting them downstream, which makes it much more difficult for them to continue operating. So that's being looked at. It's not going, as we've discussed it, it's not a short-term silver bullet. This is downstream impact as people go to renew their licenses, as the insurance companies get involved, but it's another tool in the box that we've asked them to look at.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. One other quick question, and I don't know, perhaps it's to the chair of the Police Services Board, Councillor Deans. Do we know if in the update this afternoon from police, if we're going to get any understanding of what they expect for this weekend? Because we know each weekend has had a significant kind of movement to it.
Councillor, you know that we ask for daily updates. I will relay to the police service that you'd be interested in hearing more about plans for the weekend.
Okay, and it can be today or tomorrow, whatever gives us the best intel really into what's happening.
I'll pass that message.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And just very quickly, Mr. Mayor, just speaking to my motion, yeah, I'm just again appealing for your help. This is, we're asking for 9 days really without committee meetings. It's not about what's on the agenda items. Transit. I'm always pushing for more transit subcommittee meeting or committee meetings rather than less. But I just, even being here today. As much as I enjoy all of your company, it means that I'm not responding to very important messages and appeals from residents who are really living in the middle of all of this. So again, 9 days. I really don't think that anybody leading this movement convoy even knows we have committee meetings. I'm not sure it'll be a win for them. I don't think that the legislative agenda of City Council really is a concern to the leaders of this illegal occupation. So and we've had they've had other wins on us. This is not going to be anything that they're going to put a notch in their belt on. So I really do, appeal to you. Just 9 days. It just gives us time, as Councillor Leeper said the other day, for a breather. We just cannot. If you're in the middle of this, there's just no way that I can represent my residents at committee meetings, and I'm on every committee that's happening next week, and I have an item tomorrow. So it would mean almost 4 days out of the next 6 working days that I would not be able to respond to what's happening in the ward. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm wondering, Councillor, I think I have a copy of your motion here. The one area that a number of colleagues spoke to was the concern about the civic hospital. And I'd be quite prepared to support your motion with a friendly amendment that one item at tomorrow's meeting go ahead. I talked to the president of the hospital. They were very appreciative of the fact that we were going to move forward because they indicated 1 month delay would cost them $9 to $11 million. We have over 25 people from the public that are expecting to speak tomorrow. And I think that would be a reasonable compromise between your legitimate concerns about overload on particularly you and Councillor Fleury, who have the most challenges in your ward. And it would deal with a legitimate concern we have for this significant city building project on the growth of the Ottawa hospital. So I'd be quite prepared to accept and vote for your motion in its entirety to cancel until the date, I can't remember the exact date, the 18th, with the one exception of the one item remaining on planning, which is tomorrow. Because I think, to cancel something of that significance 1 day in advance is not reasonable to the people who want to come and speak to it, nor to our partner at the hospital, who I'm sure have many well-paid people that are lined up to speak and answer questions. Would you consider that a friendly amendment?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to say no right away, but I'm afraid I'm not going to say yes. Just I have to reach out to my community. I've worked with them. They've asked, so if you could indulge me, let others speak perhaps, and I can come back.
Yeah, I think what we want to do is come out of this in a
yes,
united
no,
front.
I agree. Yeah.
And so I'm hoping that this olive branch helps to deal with your legitimate concerns and the stress that your community is being put through. But at the same time, I don't believe, I don't think you're on planning committee.
No, but the hospital does affect my ward probably more than any other, right?
Yeah.
Well, maybe with Leeper. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I have to be there. So so I'm reaching out to my community to see what their thoughts are on just allowing the hospital vote to move forward. If we can get a breather on everything else. So I appreciate the olive branch, and if you could indulge me, just let others speak.
Sure. Yep. There's a number of speakers. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I too am getting messages around schools and businesses in Capital Ward with harassment occurring and new trucks on their block. There's more today. And the concern is that we're seeing messages calling for reinforcements, right? And the reason I mention this is that it's escalating. It's not the other way around. It's getting more dug in. It's getting worse. The 1500 Bronson encampment, that is right south of Carleton University, for folks who don't know where that is, in Capital Ward, and then it's in River Ward. It's beside the RA Center and Heron Park. So I'm looking to know two things from staff. The first is this solely for moving trucks out of the downtown? I'm not seeing a ton of trucks there. It's more like actual encampment, right? Like logistics, supplies, that sort of thing. Because if it's for moving trucks out of the downtown, there might be a difference there, but I'm actually just seeing more logistics set up than anything. So can you just clarify on what this is for? And are we putting new vehicles there that are coming into Ottawa, just to get clarity on what this is at 1500 Bronson?
Mr. Mayor, my understanding is it was an overflow from the influx of trucks that arrived at Coventry Road, and they had to move some, or were arriving after the fact, and that they had to move them somewhere, and they had no other public space to put them. What it's morphing into, I can't answer that question, Councillor. That's for police to answer in terms of their monitoring. But that was the original intent of why they moved them to that spot.
Okay, I'd appreciate bringing in on the briefings with Councillor Brockington on this as well. We didn't get a heads up at all about this, and so having briefings would be helpful. I'm sure Councillor King didn't get a heads up either about Coventry previously. So these sorts of things, we need regular briefings. You know, we reach out and we ask questions over the councillor liaison thing, but this is more required here, given the amount of resources and time spent on this. I can tell you, I'm not really sleeping very well. I don't know how the rest of you are sleeping, but it's been, you know, constant. Every waking moment is spent on this issue. You wake up and you think about what you can do to help, how you're going to respond to residents, what you can do to assist. And this has just overtaken our city, and it's an international issue. This is not just a local issue. This is everywhere. And so every waking moment for me personally is spent thinking about this, and I'm not sleeping well as a result of it. I'm sure others are the same on this call. Regarding the EOC response, do we have fire suppression teams in the red zone constantly, given the amount of fuel and running equipment that we're seeing there? I'm getting concerns from residents and from other experts from FCM, even about diesel fuel into the drainage as well, into our sewer system. So do we have that ongoing in terms of fire suppression teams up in the red zone?
Kimayat?
There we go. Thank you, Mayor. We don't have them independently in the red zone. We have them accompanied by police, and they do go in for any burn barrels. We took one down yesterday at Metcalfe and Sussex, and they continue to go in and put them out with police escort. Again, sometimes it takes a little longer to get in based on the police resources necessary to actually accompany them to prevent any potential swarming. We don't want our staff to be in any dangerous situation. So they have been in the red zone quite a bit, actually. They have put out quite a few fires. They continue to keep popping up. We and the fire chief, the acting fire chief, Paul Hutt, continues to assess the situation with regards to potential dangers. And if there's anything that has an imminent danger to injury or to a fire hazard, then it's discussed with the police in an effort to say we have to go in and take care of this now. So that's the plan, and that's how it's been operationalized since the beginning.
Okay, I really appreciate that, Mr. Ayotte, and I think the more we can get on that, I know towing is difficult right now, but the OC transport vehicles, other vehicles that we can actually procure potentially to start this process, I think would also be helpful. But appreciate that update on fire. The last thing I'll mention, Mayor, with regard to committees, 9 days would give a lot of breathing room. I appreciate that. Appreciate Councillor McKenney's motion and your olive branch around the hospital. Hospital will be 8 to 12 hour meeting at least. It's going to be a long time. It's the garage, right? It's the parking garage. It's not the hospital. It's the parking garage. I'm okay to do that if that's the only way we're going to get this passed today. Is to go through 8 to 12 hours tomorrow for a parking garage that we could consider on the 28th. Which would not affect any other timelines, but ideally not. But if we have to do that just to get consensus here today, as ridiculous as it is, quite frankly, then so be it. The other meetings here, our time is not focused on prepping and those other, what seems like smaller issues compared to what's happening in our city right now. So I'll just leave it there. Thanks very much, Mayor.
Okay, maybe Councillor McKenney, my understanding is you've reached out to my office. Do you want to offer a
Sorry,
comment?
Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I will accept the amendment as friendly to the motion.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
That may, I don't know if everyone else still wishes to speak. We've got about 6 speakers, and I'm conscious of everyone's desire to get back to their constituents and the situation at hand. So if
Carried.
I think the addition is on the screen now. Do individuals who have their hand up now want to speak to that, or they have questions on an operational side of things?
Carried.
I have questions, Mr. Mayor, and also an update on an issue that Councillor McKenney raised around public health and idling that I can share, but I'm happy to vote on the motion first.
Okay, well, maybe what we can do is, if there seems to be a consensus on the motion, deal with that and then get back everyone to speak to other operational items. Is that agreeable?
Point of order, Mayor.
Councillor Harder.
Point of order. Even though it seems that likely that this is going to get support or sufficient support, do we still need to vote on reconsideration as part of the good governance?
No, if it passes unanimously, no, and that's not required because it is before us. It would have required a 3/4 vote as the rule, as the clerk indicated when the vote came up, but not to have it on the agenda. It's because we have an item. So on the McKenney Brockington motion with the amendment.
Carried.
Thank you very much, particularly Councillor McKenney. Appreciate that. So back to operational questions to our city manager, Keith Egley, please. Councillor Egley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, just Councillor McKenney had raised a question about idling and testing air quality and public health's role. So I stepped away from the meeting to reach out to Dr. Etches in my role as chair. She indicated, not surprisingly, that public health absolutely thinks that the idling is a health issue. She doesn't believe that testing is required because on the face of it, it's a health issue. Such testing would normally be done in conjunction with the Ministry of the Environment. They generally take the lead on this and have the equipment and personnel to do that. But I guess the short answer to Councillor McKenney's inquiry is yes, public health does think that idling just on the face of it is a problem, and it shouldn't be happening. I hope that's helpful in where Dr. Etches and her team stand on this. I have a couple of quick questions. I guess my first question is for David White on the injunction issue. I don't know if David's still with us or not.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So my question to you is this: is the injunction that was successful for the 10 days brought on behalf of the private citizen, there is an enforcement component to that, and I'm assuming that the enforcement is being carried out, or the court has directed that it be carried out, and the arm of that enforcement is either by law and or the police, correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that the enforcement clause provides for enforcement, but retains the discretion in the police as to the manner and timing of any enforcement.
So I guess to the thread of questioning raised first, I think by Councillor Fleury, as to why the city hasn't come forward, and Mr. White, you indicated that one of the concerns was around enforcement. If we went forward with an injunction, it was important that we'd be able to enforce it. So I guess my question to you is this: if other people are bringing injunctions on our behalf, though, and without our involvement, because I understand we weren't a party to this particular action, being a class action, are we not running the risk of losing the thread, so to speak, on the enforcement piece, and a judge saying, yes, I like that injunction, I'm going to grant it, and so police are now and bylaw are now directed or asked to enforce on A, B, C, and D, and we're not having a discussion about that really at the city level and with those services. if private injunctions are going forward, but we're finding out about it after the fact, and then it's being presented to our enforcement arm, or this, not an enforcement arm, you're right, the city is not an agency of enforcement, but is being presented to the police and bylaw and saying, this is now the rule in the city. You can't idle, or you can't blow your horns, or you can't gather, or whatever it happens to be. And we're coming in after the fact. Wouldn't it make more sense for us to be there at the front end, and then we could have those discussions in front of the judge as to what we think is doable or not doable from the perspective of those enforcement agencies?
Mr. Mayor, I'll be honest, that's precisely why we are working with the police in that regard. So we are in lockstep going forward with whatever injunction we would be looking to obtain. So again, for our own purposes, for public confidence in our ability to whether it be enforce bylaws or anything like that, that is something that we are, obviously we don't purport to represent the police, we don't purport to direct the police, but that what we obtain, hopefully from the court, again, subject to whatever kind of operational considerations the police may have, that prohibition or that requirement, if, for example, it's a mandatory injunction, that is something that the public can see an effect on the ground, and in the event that there are violations of it, that the police have the ability to move in, whether that be the legal authority, but also even just the operational ability, whether that's a question of human resources or equipment or anything like that. So that's a discussion we have on an ongoing basis.
Oh, and I understand that, Mr. Ray. I guess what I'm saying is I'm more concerned about what other injunctions. There's nothing stopping, for example, Catherine McKenney as a private citizen and a resident of an impacted area going to court and saying, I want an injunction for such and such. It's granted, and then it's back to police and bylaw as to how and when they might be able to enforce that, rather than us being part of the discussion from the get-go as to what we think is, or what those services think is doable. That, I guess that's what I'm getting at, is we're coming, the sort of the cart before the horse, I guess, and that's what concerns me in the approach that we're taking to the injunctions, is that we're not part of the discussion with these injunctions going forward to judges, but we have to be available, or those services have to be available somehow to do whatever the judge is directed or asked to be enforced. So that, I just put that out more as a concern, I guess, than anything else.
And Mr. Mayor, in response to that, and that, again, appreciating that the nature of the enforcement, for example, if there's an arrest provision, is something that is a law enforcement responsibility. There, in the one injunction so far, there have been, and there were discussions between OPS and the applicants in that instance to ensure that the language of the order that was ultimately granted was something, in essence, that the Ottawa Police Service could enforce, and that recognized their role and the discretion that they retain from a law enforcement perspective. So those discussions take place, and certainly we would encourage, if there are others out there that certainly want to discuss with myself or my team what they might be looking to propose, happy to coordinate that, including coordination with the Ottawa Police. That said, unless we are provided with notice of those, they, as you say, that could happen from two private parties without any notice to us.
Thank you for that. Mr. Kanellakis, just a quick question on the tow truck issue. You've indicated, a number of other officials have indicated that there is a scarcity and a reluctance on behalf of tow truck companies that we're currently contracted with to go in and remove the trucks. I guess my question is, where do we stand looking at options over and above? Now that we've declared the state of emergency, the procurement rules are different, or more flexible, more nimble. Where are we in terms of finding alternative providers or machinery to assist the police in the removal of the trucks?
The situation, Mr. Mayor, has not changed from what I described the other day. We still don't have a lot of tow truck operators and the heavy vehicle tow truck operators. The small ones, that's not an issue, the ones that do cars. We are reaching out to municipal counterparts in Ontario, looking to see if anybody has any vehicles in their inventory of fleet vehicles they own, they operate. The City of Ottawa has 2 with staff that we operate. But so far, we had one company that was initially said local that they would participate, then they withdrew the same day. So now we're looking at, obviously all our procurement and our contracts with them and all that legal stuff, but that's not going to solve our immediate problem. I mean, all these things take time, and it still doesn't force someone to bring up their truck. So right now we do have a desperate shortage of tow trucks, as you're seeing across the country and the other protests that have sprung up across the country that you're seeing on the news every night.
And last question, has it been explored, or is there a way, Mr. Kanellakis, to engage military equipment without engaging the military, if you follow me? So I'm not suggesting that that the troops be called in or anything like that at this juncture. We've had that discussion last council meeting, whether we should go down that road or not. But is there an independent way? Because as I understand it, there is some military equipment that might be up to moving these trucks. Is that a discussion that we've had, or a road that we can go down?
Well, there's David laid that out in his memo the other day, but you can't. My view, and I'll defer to David, but I don't believe you can engage military equipment without engaging the military. So therefore, you still have to make some kind of a formal request to the Attorney General of Ontario, then over to the federal government to actually get the Prime Minister ultimately and the Chief of Defense Staff to release that equipment with the staff, which would be under the command of the military and not the police. So you're on that. It's a great question. Yes, I wouldn't have thought of that, but you're still on the edge of invoking bringing the military into the situation, and the only way to get that is through that formal process. David, am I interpreting what I've read in terms of, and I've had discussions with the feds on aspects of this. So David, am I off base?
Mr. Mayor, I think the city manager has accurately described it. We can't at the city pretend to know all the intricacies of what the military might or might not do. But to that end, the simple fact is, if the military is to be provided, that'll be on terms that obviously the federal government needs to decide. And I'm not aware of any mechanism that would essentially allow the loaning to the municipality in some kind of informal manner, separate and apart from the processes that have been identified.
Thank you.
That's it, Councillor?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Deans, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. First question is to David White. You indicated earlier in the meeting that legal services is prepared to act. I wondered if you could provide council with any information as to what areas you are prepared to act.
Mr. Mayor, we have established and set out a framework of what an injunction would look like. What specifically we would be looking to drop into that, whether it be in relation to a specific geographical area or the specific conduct or the specific activity that we would be looking to enjoin. That is the ongoing discussion that we are having with the Ottawa Police.
And can you give us any indication of a time frame for acting?
In the event that there was either a direction from council or a decision in the context of putting in place an operational plan, I suspect, appreciating just the timelines of getting something in front of the court, we would be able to be in front of the court within 24 or 48 hours.
Okay, thank you for that. My next question is to Mr. Kanellakis. Mr. Kanellakis, I was very concerned yesterday, as I'm sure many others were as well, during the briefing when Deputy Chief Steve Bell indicated that 1 in 4 trucks contains children. And Deputy Chief, beyond beyond the obvious danger to those children, Deputy Chief Bell also outlined concerns about carbon monoxide, fumes, noise, and sanitation. And I'm wondering if you can provide council with an update on what measures are being taken to ensure the safety of those children.
Mr. Mayor, it's interesting that question's asked, because I was just speaking with Donna Gray about it this morning, and I think Donna's on the line because there are concerns. I'm not sure if we've taken any measures yet because it's very hard to access those areas, but there has been some thinking that's gone on to it. Donna, are you available?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yes, just in terms of initial stages of identifying it as an issue that we would need to address to the Human Needs Task Force, and starting to plan to convene partners around what would that action be taken outside of the direct action that police would be taking in terms of their role of working with Children's Aid Society or other partners that they would need in terms of the actual on-site issues that they're seeing. And we would be looking at supports around the community as well.
I'm just trying to imagine what that would look like. I don't know if you can provide us any more information, but how do we ensure the protection of those children and the safety of those children and the harm being caused to them by fumes and noise and all of those other things?
So, Mr. Mayor, so the first is, obviously there's a duty to report and a duty to look at the risk in that current situation when, police are in their role and what they're doing. I'm not aware of that. At this point, we're reaching out just to try to get a sense of that. In terms of the broader community and the supports, we are looking at, have people reached out for additional supports? What are the supports that the community could provide around ensuring that those children are safe, or what are the conditions in which and supports that those protesters would need to ensure that their children are safe in those situations. And so we have been reaching out to 211 and our other service providers to see if there has been requests for supports and what those supports have been around the protest. But we're in the early stages of just, police have identified that as an issue. We would be looking at the supports that they would need and the supports of the community. Police would be looking at any direct intervention that would be required with Children's Aid Society or protection agencies should they be deemed that they're witnessing some form of need of protection.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thanks, Councillor Deans. Councillor Leeper, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Just to reiterate a couple of points on the injunctions, clearly the successful action on the part of residents and some volunteer lawyers, I hope will put some starch into the city's efforts. It shouldn't be up to residents to seek this kind of protection from the court on clearly public danger and harms. They would like to know that the city has them protected. Certainly, the idling is a public menace. The air quality for those who have walked around, even not on Wellington, but even south of Laurier, our Centertown reeks of diesel. And any kind of injunction that we can seek to stop the idling is a public health good. I would also urge the city to take a look at injunctions against parking a car on a closed road or something along those lines. The disruption to our transit is affecting thousands of people. It's a transit black hole in Centertown, and we need to address that immediately. On the subject of working on the insurance, this is something that residents have been raising over and over again. I asked you, Mr. White, at our emergency meeting, whether this is something the city could work on. I was very happy to hear Mr. Kanellakis's intervention that there is work being done on it at the MTO. I would suggest that going after GoFundMe on the funding is not necessarily within the city's purview either, but the mayor's intervention on that was clearly critical to a very successful effort. I understand that we need to marshal our resources. We need to focus on the things that we have the most immediate control of, but anything that the city can do to assist in an effort to help these drivers understand that their insurance and various licensing and permits may be at risk would certainly be helpful. I will leave it there. I am very keen to see that the city begin seeking those injunctions, which helps us with enforcement, which sends a clear message to the protesters. The idling and the blocked streets have to end. The disruption to residents is just completely unacceptable. And for those who may be part of the occupation organization, understand the effect that this is having on thousands and thousands of people. When you lose the opportunity to move around the city on transit, you lose any sympathy for the cause that you might have. So I will leave it there, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to my colleague, Councillor King, for ceding me a spot here. I'd like to propose a motion, if I may, and I believe the clerk has a copy of it. We've been talking about injunctions, and I've already raised the issue of fire hazards. This is something that is a major issue. It's what the city is responsible to do to protect our citizens overall, and they're not feeling protected. They're feeling threatened and concerned. I think this is something that should be looked at for a topic for an injunction. Again, I appreciate that a resident was able to go after honking. And I don't know if a city could have done that, but we have a big responsibility to protect our citizens. So be it resolved that the city solicitor review the possibility of pursuing an injunction on fire hazards such as open flames and the use of jerry cans, and advise council of his findings, as well as other potential options going forward at the earliest opportunity. And we've heard other topics being raised that are the city's responsibility, things that we are responsible for to our residents for, and they are being disrupted. And it's more than an inconvenience, it's lifelines that are being interrupted, especially when we talk about transit. So, but the first thought I had was about the fire hazard. I think that that's a big concern. Every time I see those images, it scares me. And I've already given the example of how residents dutifully go and get a permit for a bonfire in a park to roast marshmallows, and yet we're not using the mechanisms we have to deal with this. And I think it would be an ideal subject for an injunction for the safety of our residents, because I really am in fear of things going very badly. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor King, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'd like to support Councillor Fleury's ask of staff to provide an update along with a memo. So I'd like that additional element added concerning a legal discussion on injunctions. Definitely because of the challenges we're facing are so immediate. I'm proud to support the motion that was just introduced by Councillor Kavanaugh asking for an injunction on fire hazards, including open flames and the use of jerry cans. At the Coventry site, I heard reports from residents and saw for myself fuel storage on a site where bonfires were also reportedly being set. As a consequence, we really need forward action on this. So I would ask for your support on Councillor Kavanaugh's motion. I also want to receive updates concerning Councillor Brockington's concerns about providing information to councillors' offices after enforcement actions are taken. I, along with the rest of my colleagues here, I know we all understand that under the Police Services Act, council and the Police Services Board are prohibited from directing the day-to-day operations of the police service. But updates coordinated by city staff with councillors' offices concerning police decisions, concerning overflow parking decisions would be appreciated to allow our offices time to properly inform impacted residents. So I would like to also be involved in those discussions. I think that, in fact, all of council should be involved with those discussions undertaken by staff. Since consultation did not take place, Councillor Menard was right in his observations. Consultations with our offices did not take place in terms of the Coventry site. And that's important. I think the communication around that is important because I had asked a question at Police Services Board in my capacity there, whether the city issued any permits. The city did not issue any permits, obviously, for this protest. And obviously no permits were also issued for parking at that site. These were police operational decisions, and that's understandable. We're not, impacting or asked about those decisions, but we need to be informed of them, I think, to at the end of the day, to really provide our communities some quality information. So I'm asking for those two elements in terms of meetings and in terms of memos to council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Meehan, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I want to echo what Councillor King just said there. If I understand David Wright correctly, the fear of it asking for an injunction that's too all-encompassing there is a risk of failure. So building on what Councillor Kavanagh has suggested, that we have an injunction to crack down on the fires, can we not just prepare a number of other injunctions to deal separately with many of the risks that we see in terms of idling, injunction against the idling, the injunction against street closures that impede city buses from using, so that we can open up and get our transit going again. So prepare separate injunctions that can be heard separately, and then we stand a better chance of having these approved by the court. I would like to see these prepared separately and issued separately and ASAP. I think we have to try. We have to do, obviously the injunction by the 21-year-old public servant was successful. We can be successful too, but let's just try. So I would love to, I don't have a direction ready to staff or a motion ready, but I think if we could just duplicate Councillor Kavanagh's motion and substitute idling for, the fires for idling and street closures, that sort of thing, I'm all for that. So I just like to put that out there. Thank you.
Just to Mr. White, from a process point of view, I'm not sure the legal approach to council giving direction to start injunctions, and I'm not sure if we necessarily want to have that discussion in public that may cause some grief for our frontline officers and so on. So, Mr. White, is there, I don't want to quell the debate on this, but I'm not sure it's going to be that helpful to have too much of your strategy released that may affect our ability to contain and stop this nonsense that's been going on for 2 weeks.
Mr. Mayor, I don't believe that a council direction is necessary. I've certainly taken the feedback that we've had today with respect to the issues that have been raised around idling with respect to those other things. And I've asked my team to have a look at all of those. As you say, is it something that we may look at doing piecemeal and nibbling away, for example, at some of the more troublesome issues associated with the protest. My comments with respect to overreaching aren't necessarily directed at the number of things that we might look at, but just an overly broad prohibition that might, for example, engage charter issues or something like that is something that if we can avoid those kinds of things. So I don't believe that we need to have a discussion about specific legal strategy. That's something that we can take away with my team and with our external counsel and go away and see how we, for want of a better term, operationalize that in conjunction, again, with enforcement, just to ensure that, again, the enforceability of those is something that is built in from the outset rather than as an afterthought.
Okay, so I think that's wise counsel, and perhaps Councillor Kavanaugh and King, given what our city solicitor has just indicated, it'd probably be wise to withdraw the motion. I think they get the, same with Councillor Meehan, I think the issues you've raised are important, and they've heard you, but it would probably not be in our best interest to have a formal motion at this point. Councillor, can we ask for your withdrawal?
I don't know if I'm testing the room or not, but I think that we need to show that we're looking at these topics for injunction, and it's up to the legal minds to figure out what can stick and what can work. These are topics that are going on everywhere. This isn't something that we just are talking about ourselves. I don't think it's any great secret that we want this to stop, and we're looking at injunctions. So I think it's important that council show that they are looking at this, and including idling. These are separate motions. It's not a basket that we're putting together, but these are there's one specifically on honking that worked. There can be others, and I think it's important that we show that we're looking at these things. Yeah. So I'm not willing to withdraw.
I think Councillor Kavanaugh, you are showing your interest in pursuing this by the debate we've had for the last half hour, and the solicitor has suggested that it may not be necessary to have this done, but it's within your rights, obviously, to have it. I just don't want those people who are protesting to be privy to our strategy, so that they can take actions that would do more harm than good. But Councillor Meehan, don't have a motion per se, so I think you understand the solicitor has heard you.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I don't think that by debating this, we're not indicating to the leaders of this convoy when these injunctions, that we'll be filing them, when we'd be moving or enacting them. I think they're smart enough to realize that we're looking at every tool in our toolbox, but we have to do that. We have to look at our tools in our toolbox and act. So I would support Councillor Kavanaugh's motion. Also, I'd just like to ask Donna Gray, if I may at this time, do we have the authority to go in, to support Children's Aid, to go in and assess the risk of the children who are in these convoys? There are a lot of children. They're being subjected to not as much noise, but the diesel fumes and open fires and all kinds of, risky activities. Can we go in and can we assess before we determine which way we should be acting on this?
So, Mr. Mayor, that would be at the call of police services in terms of their investigation or their scene and their site to be working with Child Protection and Children's Aid Society, who would be directing them in terms of those activities. So in terms of us at this point, going into that, the most appropriate person would be to be engaging Children's Aid if there is a concern at that point around the children at that site.
And who engages them, Donna? Is it council that asks Children's Aid to do this?
It would be through police services. Okay. So Ottawa Police Services would be, if they are seeing concerns of children in their care, that would be working with Children's Aid Society around that particular situation.
And we would protect any worker who goes in to ask a few questions, I would assume. That's good. In terms of the parking on Bronson and other areas, I am also fearful that once they start parking, they're going to get a toehold and be very difficult to move. I'd like to see an injunction that we do not allow this to happen. If there is overflow, they've got to be directed out of town. They want this to spread and cause as much hardship as possible. I'd love to see an injunction that prevents that from happening. So that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Curry, and then Councillor Tierney is the last person I have on.
And Mr. Mayor, can I just ask, right now, people can talk about whatever they want. Like there's no motion really on the floor that we're supposed to be speaking to. You can just make your comment as in a general discussion. Is that what's happening here?
Yeah, this is under other business. I added the item at the request of Councillor Menard. So you can talk to the only motion we have before us is Councillor Kavanaugh's motion with respect to the fire hazards. But this is mostly an opportunity to question staff on any issues that you feel need addressing.
Okay, so then this is appropriate then. I will say I was glad to hear what Donna Gray had to say when we were talking about children, and I'm not sure if Councillor Meehan is going the same direction I'm in, but I guess I would caution staff about the safety of children in this situation. This is a lot more complicated than we may understand, and I don't know if because of my role in education and healthcare, I get more emails and calls on this, but a lot of the messages I'm getting are that, you know, this isn't, I'm like, you know, I'm sure you've read these types of emails. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I'm vaccinated, so are my children. But what I'm here in this protest saying, and you know, maybe you're getting these, maybe it's just me, is that this is about our children and the state of their mental health right now because of the mandates. So, you know, we have children who haven't been able to participate in sports, not be able to go to school, and are being asked to get vaccinated and potentially banned from those activities unless they are vaccinated. And this is the tone of the email I'm getting. And on my response always is, absolutely, we have many crises here for children. So for us to go up to a truck and say, we fear for your child's safety and well-being here, the response could be, well, so do I. You know, that's why I'm here. And so I guess, you know, it isn't our authority to go in and say that someone, you know, Children's Aid needs to intervene. It isn't as a council. I guess I would just be very careful about understanding the entire reality of what's going on here with children being involved, because children's safety is the most important thing, in my opinion. And I think that I like what Donna Gray said, that we would go in with supports. And I hope that that would be the main thinking, because, you know, I don't know, as I said at the beginning, I don't know what the emails you're getting are, but it could very well be that the people who are here are more concerned about their children's health in a larger sense, and the health of all children. And that's a little bit of a complicated argument for us. So I was glad to hear that we are going in with support. And I hope that continues to be the case.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Councillor Tierney.
Great, thank you very much. I'll keep it brief, and I'm getting a lot of reports in my area specifically with Blair Station. During the week, the numbers are a little bit less, but on the weekends, the parking lot's full of pickup trucks with flags on them, and of course, those people are hopping on to our light rail and head downtown after they stopped in at the local liquor store, and they start harassing everybody on the way downtown. So I guess my question is, whose control is, I assume, Steve, if you want to answer this, the special constables from the OC perspective, are they under the city's direction, or is this all one group effort control center? Because I think there's a lot of nervousness around Blair Station right now, people not wearing masks, our poor ambassadors are getting harassed. It's a big situation for sure.
I believe Renee's on the line, but everybody we're all under, Mr. Mayor, to the council, we're all under an integrated command structure, including OC Transpo, and the special constables don't report to Ottawa Police, but certainly are actively engaged and integrated in any operational decisions about when enforcement will happen or not. The problem the special constables have is there's just not that many of them, and they're trying to cover the entire line, plus buses, etc. And Ottawa Police need to be there to support them. And unfortunately, Ottawa Police resources are stretched very thin, so they don't have that kind of support required to manage the reports of, you know, mass unmasked people. That was a hard one to say. And some of the other rowdiness that's happening on the trains. And, you know, Renee had looked at it, and, you know, there was pictures of a special constable or two of them on a train, and there was a train load of people with no masks on. Well, what would you expect two special constables to do with 40 men sitting there unmasked on a train speeding downtown? I mean, it's just not practical. It would make no sense for anybody in enforcement to wade into that group and take them on. So you've got we've got challenges there, and it's challenges of resources. And the specials are doing their best they can, and they call in police when they need them, who are out on patrol in those areas. But there are certainly going to be those incidents that people are witnessing that are very hard to mitigate.
Thank you, and I do appreciate that. So that clarifies. So it's actually coming from, it's one operation. It's not, OC can't say we're going to send our special constables out there. It's coordinated, and I think your explanation makes sense. I've been working with the property owner as well. They've been ticketing like crazy, but it's becoming more of a problem. Like, let's face it, people aren't getting on at Searville Station or, Ottawa. They're getting on where, they can get their liquor, park their truck, and head downtown. And I'm just hoping the police actually are taking notice of that. So that's all I have to add today. Thank you.
Councillor Hubley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to add into this, since now transit's been brought up. Our general manager, Renee Amilcar, has staff out on the system. They're wearing the red vests that many of our riders will be familiar with from the start of operations. Sort of as goodwill ambassadors to try to find and offer help to anybody that needs any help, but they're also extra eyes and ears on the system. They're doing what they can, and I would hope all of council would agree that transit staff have done a very good job of keeping transit across the city moving. We're not able to get buses into the core, but certainly, thankfully, because we have an LRT system, we are able to move people through the city core. And those essential workers that need a transit system to get to where they're going seem to be able to get there. Certainly sometimes there's delays. There's delays with, pedestrian movement, quite frankly, downtown right now. So there are things happening, but I want to hopefully encourage everybody to acknowledge that the men and women of OC Transport have been doing everything they can through this occupation to keep our city moving. So I don't want to leave it at they're letting people on the trains with alcohol or anything. They're doing everything they can to keep our ridership safe and to keep our system moving. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you, and thanks to our employees as well with OC Transpo and ATU. Okay, so Councillor Kavanaugh's motion carried.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I was just in touch with Councillor Kavanaugh, and she's agreed to a friendly amendment just to add idling to her motion.
Okay.
As we discussed earlier. Thank you.
So carried. Adopté.
Carried.
Carried.
Okay, Councillor Cloutier, motion to introduce bylaws, please.
That the bylaws listed on the agenda under motion to introduce bylaws 3 readings be read and passed, and that the rules of procedure be suspended to consider the following bylaw be read and passed as amended by the motion approved at today's meeting, a bylaw of the City of Ottawa to amend bylaw 2008-250 to change the zoning of the lands known municipally as 861 Clyde Avenue.
Adopté, carried. Confirmation bylaw, Councillor Cloutier and Kitts.
Que le règlement suivant soit lu et
That
adopté.
the following bylaw be read and passed to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting of February 9, 2022. Carried.
Adjournment, Councillor Cloutier.
That the proceedings of the City Council meeting of February 9th.
Que la réunion du 9 février 2022 soit levée. Adopté. Le point de presse commencera à 14h15.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, 1:15.
No, pardon, 13h15. 13h15.
Thank you all very much, colleagues, and
again. And we'll be giving a 10-second heads up when we start. Mr. Mayor and Mr. Kanellakos, you will be letting me know when you're ready.
Yeah, do we have Steve Bell confirmed?
We do not.
Okay, David White, city solicitor is available as well.
He has been added.
Okay, thank you.
I was not going to mention him in my remarks unless you would like me to.
Sorry, you were not going to?
Mention David in my remarks.
I think maybe you should just say, I think you list other people who are here, you should probably list it.
Okay.
So you need questions, thanks.
Will do, Mr. Mayor. Are you all ready?
Steve and I are all set here.
Okay, I will just check with tech. Okay, we will start in 10 seconds. Good afternoon, everyone. Bonjour à tous. Thank you for joining us. Merci d'être parmi nous aujourd'hui. My name is Kina Leclerc and I will be your moderator. Je m'appelle Kina Leclerc et je serai l'animatrice de ce point de presse. Before we begin, a quick reminder to place yourself on mute until I invite you to speak or to ask your questions. Available for questions from the media, we have disponible pour répondre aux questions des médias, nous accueillons in council chambers, Mayor le Maire Jim Watson, Steve Kanellakos, City Manager, Directeur Municipal. Phoning in today, we have Kim Ayotte, General Manager, Emergency and Protective Services, Directeur Général, Service de Protection et d'Urgence, and David White, City Solicitor. Please note that the Ottawa Police Service is not able to attend today's media availability. They will have information available later today. Veuillez noter que le service de police ne sera pas au point de presse aujourd'hui. Ils fourniront de l'information plus tard aujourd'hui. I will now invite each agency to ask their question. You may ask one question and one follow-up. Par ordre alphabétique, j'invite maintenant chaque organisme à poser une question et une question de suivi. If for some reason we lose you during the call, please try phoning in again or contact Media Relations to submit your questions. So we will now start with, nous allons commencer avec Jadrino UO à 94.9 Rouge FM.
J'ai aucune question pour le moment.
Merci, Jadrino. Yannick Saint-Denis, avez-vous des questions?
Oui, bonjour.
You have questions? Probably for Mr. Ayotte. What are the last developments? What you know about the occupation? Are there less truckers today or more? I heard that some may have arrived on Clarence this morning in the Byward Market. What can you tell us so far? Not much development. Several trucks left downtown yesterday. We can't confirm that they are out of the city, and there are other trucks coming in, so maybe they're just moving around. There's a few trucks less than yesterday downtown, not much, but that's basically the same as it was yesterday. Did you really succeed in identifying one responsible person with whom it's easy to communicate, or is it still very difficult to communicate? I really can't talk on behalf of the police, but I can ask media relations to give you this information. They will get the answer for you. I understand that there are several people speaking. Police are always in contact with them, but I can't talk on behalf of the police service. So you'll have to redirect your question to the police service.
Thanks so much. My first question is for Mayor Watson. Obviously, you met with your federal counterparts yesterday. You're meeting again with your provincial ones today. I know you said they're putting together a timeline for when they might be able to get those resources you've asked for. Do you have a sense of how long it's going to take? Is it still in the 24 to 48 hour range?
Yeah, thank you, Laura. The meeting, which was held over Zoom, and the phone calls I've had with senior officials from the federal government was very encouraging and very positive. The Prime Minister committed that we will be getting more resources. Our staff now are working out the timing and the numbers, because obviously we're not going to have everyone that we've asked for arrive immediately, but it will be spread out over a number of days. So when we get that information, we'll be happy to pass it along. But the signal and the response we received from Minister Blair, Minister Mendicini, and the Prime Minister was all very supportive, because they understand that our resources are stretched to the limit and we need that extra help. And that will be the message I'll be giving to the Solicitor General of Ontario when I speak with her later today. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I also wanted to ask about the process for an injunction. Several councillors obviously indicating that they would like to see the city go that way. However, there was some discussion of whether those conversations should be happening in public. What is the mechanism for the city filing an injunction? Is this something that would happen sort of behind closed doors before it's filed? And is there a reticence on the part of legal services to move ahead without sort of the indication from police that that's something that they want?
We have David White, our city solicitor.
Yes, in terms of the process, it's kind of well laid out. An injunction is kind of part and parcel of a broader, there has to be an underlying action. And so it would be commenced by an action, and then the injunction would be brought immediately as part of it. As to whether it would be brought against a particular individual or identified individual, or what's known as ex parte, where essentially without notice, that's something that is always part of what the approach and the strategy needs to be. And so that's, that depends on the nature of the injunction. Is there any reticence? I wouldn't suggest that there's any reticence, but I think there's an appreciation that an injunction, certainly one brought by the city, is something that should be complementary and in support of the overall police response to the protest. So that's why there's been, again, coordination between my office and the police in that regard.
Thank you very much. We will now go to Kate Porter at CBC Ottawa.
Hi there, thanks. Following up on a couple of the things Laura just asked, Mayor Watson, I mean, Chief Slowly had said 72 hours, he'd hoped to see officers. That would be up, I guess, tomorrow, right? And we're losing the work week, I almost want to say. Are you worried that we're not going to actually see officers on the ground helping make a difference during the weekdays, or perhaps you understand that some officers have indeed shown up that we don't know of?
Sorry, Laura, or Kate, could you just repeat the last portion? It got cut off.
Yeah, mostly about worried they won't come in time for the weekend, but possibly you could confirm if any have indeed shown up, since we last heard from the police.
Excuse me. Yeah, the police would have to answer that. I don't believe so, because we just had the meeting yesterday to go through some of the logistics. But I have every confidence that we'll see additional officers here for the weekends, which tend to be the more challenging times with respect to behavior down in the red zone. And then the following week, start to see numbers ramp up considerably. So as you know, many of the officers will have to come in from different parts of the country, not just the province. And there are some logistic challenges, but I made it very clear that there is a sense of urgency, that we need these officers sooner than later. And that message was received and acknowledged by the officials that I spoke with. Thank you.
And then on the injunction, I mean, a number of people in the community have said, you know, the city could have done it much earlier, and it could have shown some leadership, right, in asking for an injunction. Do you think that the city could have perhaps taken that step far earlier than talking about it now, almost 2 weeks in?
Well, I think that's more of a question for the city solicitor. I'm not well enough versed on the process that has to be followed. We would take direction, as David said earlier at council, from the police in terms of what they're asking for. So I don't know, David, if you could just better explain that than I, because you're a lawyer and I'm not.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Of course, the application for an injunction, the move to restrain some behavior that's going on is something, again, that I think the city would considers very carefully. At the end of the day, we appreciate that for whatever court order to be effective requires enforcement. And as any number of people have pointed out, at its root, this is a policing operation. And so our aim is to support the police to the best of our ability and to not do anything that could in fact have the opposite effect and either kind of undermine police efforts or inflame the situation. And so that's why we work in concert in that regard.
Est-ce qu'il serait possible d'avoir une réponse en français, Monsieur White? Je ne sais pas si vous parlez français.
We have an answer in French, Mr. White. I don't know if you speak French. We recognize that an injunction is a supportive measure to assist the police force, but it's not a substitute.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Merci.
Thank you.
We will now be going to Stephen Hoff at CBC National.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. I'm wondering why it seems that as soon as the protesters seem to be hopscotching around the city and setting up camps at different parking lots, why are they being allowed to do this, and why isn't the city taking more steps to keep them from setting up what seem to be supply depots and parking lots around the city?
Hi, Stephen. Steve Kanlakis here, City Manager. Well, that's a question really that should be directed to police, and they're not on this call. I think that the challenge has been that the people that have been operating those vehicles, if they're not managed in terms of trying to put them in a place where we can manage the situation, they're going to park them wherever they want. And that's happened in some cases, as you see downtown. I don't know if you're in Ottawa or where you're from, but at Rideau and Sussex, for instance, we have a blockade of one of the major intersections of the city heading into downtown. And the trucks basically just parked there despite the police trying to direct them away. So the wins that the police try to get is that they try to put them in a place where it's manageable, versus them parking them all over the different types of streets downtowns and in residential neighborhoods, causing further disruption. Because the trucks are here, they're not leaving, and they're choosing to stay. And if they're going to stay, we're trying to mitigate as much as possible the disruption that they can cause by basically parking and leaving their trucks wherever they want. And so that's been the challenge for us when you have so many vehicles that have come into the city all at once. And police, I think, have been doing their best to try and keep them from growing onto the traffic thoroughfares and keep them away from that. And unfortunately, once they stay, they start turning into gathering places for the other protesters, and that's the issue the police are dealing with. And they tried to deal with the other night at our baseball stadium, where they at least were trying to get some of the supply lines and to mitigate the impact of that group that have basically encamped there.
Okay, and this isn't my follow-up, but just wondering, are the police doing their own press conference? Because at council, Steve Bell was supposed to be at this one. And then I have a follow-up for the mayor.
Hi, Stephen. It's Keenat Media Relations. I understand that the police will be providing further information today. That's the only information that I have. Please direct that question to their media relations office.
Okay, 100%. Thanks, Kina. And for the mayor, have you considered meeting with the protest organizers? I know that you floated the idea of a mediator, but have you thought about meeting them in your capacity as the mayor of Ottawa?
The short answer is when all of the vehicles are out of the downtown core, I'd be happy to meet with them, but I'm not going to reward bad behavior by giving them a meeting that they would use for political purposes. If there's nothing in it for the city or the citizens of this community that have suffered greatly as a result of their outrageous behavior. So move the vehicles and then you can come to City Hall, we'll have a meeting. I'm not sure what it would accomplish because, as you know, the mandates are governed by the provincial government and the federal government. But if they want to meet with the mayor, I'm happy to do so, but they've got to get rid of all of their rigs and clean up the mess that they've created in our city and give the city back to the residents of this beautiful capital. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now be going to Alex Gouge at City News.
Hello, I just have one quick question for Mayor Watson today. Given the proximity of the new encampment at 1500 Bronson, since Carleton University is just across the river and so is the Brewer Arena Testing Center, does this bring any concerns to you?
I think as the city manager indicated, all of the options in terms of where to put these vehicles are not great options. You know, we're overcrowded and at capacity in the downtown core, and the police made the decision that we have to get them parked in parking lots as opposed to blocking streets like they tried to do yesterday with Metcalfe Street. So it's the lesser of many evils. I don't like seeing it going into those neighborhoods, but better to have them cordoned off in one particular area as opposed to trying to go down a narrow street in Centertown, blocking emergency vehicles and the like. Thank you.
Thank you. That's my only question today.
Thank you, Alex. We'll now be going to Ted Raymond at CTV Ottawa.
Hi there, this question is for the mayor. I'm wondering if you can lay out a little bit about what direct and specific actions you and City Council have done to bring an end to this protest. I know that you've sent notes to higher levels of government, you've had conversations, you're having more conversations, but at the city level itself, can you describe some of the actions to help residents or end the convoy that you have taken and are taking?
Thank you. Well, from the outset, we indicated to the city manager and our senior staff that we will spare no expense to get this occupation out of Ottawa as soon as possible. We passed, I signed the declaration of the state of emergency that frees up our ability to go after equipment and supplies in a much more expedient fashion. We have been supporting the police with communication support because they're not used to the kind of daily questioning that we have here at City Hall. And we've backed our police service because they're the group responsible for ensuring that this comes to a peaceful ending. And I've been meeting with our federal and provincial counterparts probably several times a day with different ministers. We did secure additional RCMP officers as a result of our interventions. And I've been working with mayors from across Ontario, as has the chief, and they've been very supportive of getting more officers here. So if you're in the downtown, you'll see officers from Durham, Peel, Toronto, London, Hamilton. And I had another call with those mayors just a few days ago during the Big City Mayors Caucus. And they have all pledged whatever help they can give, that they will. And those people are arriving literally every couple of days to help us and to give some relief to our police officers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And my follow-up, I guess, would also be to you, Mayor Watson, just with the police not present today. If the 1,800 resources, like the full complement, doesn't arrive, if we get fewer than that, do you foresee that this protest could potentially go on indefinitely, or at least until all of the provincial governments eventually just on their own take down these mandates that they say they're staying here for, or like these resources, we need these extra 1,800 to get this to an end, is what police are indicating. Do you think that without that, this is just going to keep going?
Well, Ted, it's a very good question, and unfortunately, I don't have a good answer because I can't predict the future. I wish I could. I wish this whole nightmare had ended 2 weeks ago. You know, come in, have your protest, and leave. You've left your message behind, and then go to your provincial governments, as you pointed out, and deal with them on their mandates, because most of the mandates come from the provincial government, not the federal government. So at the end of the day, you know, I can't predict when this is going to be over, but one of the ways it's going to be over is a greater police presence to control things like gasoline still getting into the red zone, the outrageous behavior of those involved with the convoy in different residential neighborhoods. I just got word, I'll ask Kim Ayat to talk about the request that we put in to increase fines. That's just been approved, bringing those fines for things like idling up to $1,000. So, you know, we continue to put pressure. Hundreds and hundreds of tickets have been issued. And we have heard anecdotally, some people have left because they have to get back to work. They can't simply stay in Ottawa, you know, running their vehicles, and there's no income coming in for them. So Kim, do you want to just confirm what you just sent me with respect to the decision just a few moments ago about the fines?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. I just received confirmation that the Regional Senior Justice of the Ontario Court of Justice has increased the following fines to their maximum of $1,000. That's the noise bylaw. It was $490. It is now $1,000. The idling bylaw, it was $100. It is now $1,000. Use of care of roads bylaw from $350 to $1,000. And the open air fire bylaw from $100 to $1,000.
Monsieur Ayotte, pouvez-vous nous donner ça en français? Là, je sais que ça peut être
Can you
compliqué.
repeat in French? I know it might be a little complicated, especially for the word idling. Can you repeat, please? Can I send you this information afterwards? We're going to be using our media relations people.
Up next, we have Mr. Julio Rivas at Agencia EFE.
Thank you very much for taking my question. It has been 13 days since the protest started, and this kind of demonstrations needs a lot of organization. What can you tell us about the logistics and level of organization of the protests? Are you surprised?
Sorry, who are you directing that to? And it didn't come across very clear, the last question, sir.
Sorry, Mayor. It could be yourself. And the last part of the question is if you have been surprised by the level of organization of the protest.
Well, first and foremost, I think most people, when they see protests on the Hill, around the Hill, people come, they protest, and they leave. These people came, protested, and they haven't left. And that's caused great stress in our community. It's costing a small fortune in tax dollars to deal with this occupation. And my message has been consistent since day one or day two. Day one, they could protest. Day two, they should have gone back to their provincial capitals. They aren't, and that's why we've been taking a number of steps, including requesting increase in fines. We very much appreciate and admire the young woman who brought the court action on the noise and the horns, because that was just devastating the people in Centre Town and Lower Town and the Byward Market. And, you know, on one hand, we certainly see a sense of organization, but then on the other hand, there's a sense of disorganization. You know, some of the press conferences we've seen are out of a Monty Python sketch. You know, I'll sit down with the Governor General, I'll sit down with the Bloc Québécois. They're living in a parallel universe that just does not make any sense, and they're embarrassing themselves. I think they should get on their way, go back to their homes, and give back our city to its people. Thank you.
And as a follow-up, what do you need to end the protests? Can you really do anything to put an end to the occupation?
Well, it will either be a negotiated end or an enforcement end. There aren't a lot of choices. Those are the two really that it boils down to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on, we will go to Craig Lord at Global Ottawa. Okay, Craig is not on the line. We will now be going to Christy Kirkup at Globe and Mail.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm wondering, perhaps this question is best placed for the city manager. I know you've talked about the logistical challenges of tow truck companies not being willing to help in the removal of some of the big vehicles that are downtown. What can you do about this? Can you get tow trucks from other jurisdictions, or what can be done to address the fact that tow truck companies are just not willing to play ball?
Yeah, that's been our challenge, obviously, in that we need tow trucks at some point, whether it's to end it through enforcement or if they leave and some trucks, are impounded or whatever those situations will be. We are reaching out to everyone that we can in terms of seeing if there's tow trucks available, and we're not having a lot of luck with that, but we are also getting great information from other people who are in the industry who are offering other alternatives in terms of how to move a vehicle like that. So that's something we're pursuing. And there are some other options, obviously, that we're pursuing that I'm not sharing, that I can't share right now publicly. But it certainly is one of the challenges we have here, that right now it's very difficult to tow because many of the trucks are lined up, back to back, and you can't get a tow truck in there. So you'd have to swing them out with a heavy wrecker and try to get access to them. But from a policing perspective, in our conversations with police, it's a huge logistical challenge to move a truck, especially if the driver's not cooperating, and especially if you have a hostile crowd around you. It takes a lot of resources to protect the scene, a lot of resources to be able to hook up that truck and move it. And so police are looking at that. We're supporting them and seeing what tow truck operators will be willing to participate. But so far, all of them, or most of them, I shouldn't say all of them because we haven't finished contacting everyone. They are taking the position that this is not good for their business. There could be other reasons. They're not sharing them with us. We do know that some of their staff don't want to engage for a number of reasons, for their own safety, support for the protesters, all kinds of reasons. And so that leaves us with limited options, but we are exploring other options. They're just not as convenient as being able to use the heavy wreckers directly.
Thank you. And I'm just wondering on another matter. I know this came up at council today a bit about the concerns about fire safety, but I'm just wondering if perhaps one of you could speak to that. I've heard from business owners, particularly those on Spark Street, that say that beyond their concern about the behavior of demonstrators, one of the things that's weighing on their mind is the presence of diesel and worry that there could be an explosion. Is that a concern? Could there be a potential explosion in the downtown core given the presence of diesel that has been there for some time?
I'll ask Kim Ayat, who's our former fire chief, who knows this file very well. But it's also another issue is the stench of diesel that is all throughout the downtown that is clearly not good for one's health. And I think, as you pointed out, the situation was untenable at Confederation Park, where you had a wooden shack next to a whole series of propane tanks and gas canisters. It doesn't take sort of a grade 5 science student to figure out this is not a good combination, and that's why the police moved on it quickly. Kim?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, of course, I certainly don't want to fearmonger and make it sound like, these individual containers could explode at any one point in time. However, that being said, large quantities of liquid accelerant collected together, as the mayor indicated, in a compound would certainly cause us great concern, and we acted on that both at Confederation Park and at Coventry. Individual containers pose less of a concern. However, when we have multiple individual containers, all congregating together, or not congregating, all together in a specific area, then there is concern. And I agree with the mayor. The fumes of the diesel is probably more of a health hazard right now than the risk of the flammable liquids. However, it is still a risk. And also open air fires add to that risk. Embers can fly, can catch any of our buildings on fire. There's a reason why we don't allow open air fires in the downtown core of Ottawa. And we do go in regularly with our fire services and the police, with the police escort to go in and extinguish them whenever we see them. So we have been doing that since the beginning of the protests. That being said, our employee safety is number one. And as a result of that, we were only doing it when it was safe to do so with the police escort. So sometimes it would take a little longer, but we'd monitor the situation carefully. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nous allons maintenant passer à Boris Proulx à Le Devoir.
Bonjour, ma question est pour Monsieur le maire.
Hello. My question is for Mayor Watson. The organizer are telling us that the liaison officer didn't ask formally the trucker to move their trucks. Can you confirm that? Did they convey the message to every truck drivers? The short answer is yes. We sent that message more than once, and we also gave them parking tickets. I'm sure that the drivers do understand that it's illegal to park on a sidewalk on Wellington Street. They know well the laws. Police agents are asking them to leave Wellington Street, and they're refusing. And that's the reason why we gave a lot of parking tickets, because this is against provincial laws and municipal laws. Follow-up question? There might be a little bit of confusion because we do not have a rep within from the police. Do you have any insubordination issues? Do they really obey your orders on the ground? Once more, this is a question for the Ottawa Police Service. It's for OPS. I can't answer. Thank you so much, Boris. Please do get in touch with the media relations from SPO. Julien Paquette, Le Droit. It's a question for Mayor Watson. Today, you voted to cancel all meetings until February 18th. It was also a proposal that was made on Monday. What changed since Monday? Because this time this motion was accepted. A priority for me and more than half of the elected is that the planning committee's meeting will be held tomorrow. And we have one element that is very important on the agenda, which is the Civic Hospital. Councillor McKinney accepted our proposal, and then we're canceling all other meetings. For example, right now in the Environmental Committee's meeting, there were not too many topics on the agenda. So we have consensus. So this will be good for the Civic Hospital and this very important project, like Councillor McKinney accepted the suggestion, and this was voted unanimously. We're trying to find good solutions, and this will be satisfying to all council members. My second question is not concerning the protests, but concerning the embassy projects. Many reasons were mentioned today by people opposing to that embassy project. According to you, why is it that this project is not a good project and you're not supporting it? I do believe that elected have to protect green spaces within Ottawa downtown. We don't have so many green spaces here. So this is actually a park used by the residents from Mechanicsville. That's the reason why I voted against this solution. I think the NCC need to find somewhere else for these embassies. At the same time, we have to protect this green space. This is a priority for us. Thank you so much. Ariane from La Presse, go ahead. Ariane? Thank you so much. I just arrived, so maybe the question was already asked. When we were talking about towing, do you think the militaries is a solution? Did you thought about that? Was it one of the options? Kim Ayot will answer this question, as well as the general manager. Actually, this question was answered 2 hours ago during the meeting, but I will complement. Thank you for your question. As it was discussed during the council meeting, if we're requesting military equipment, it's exactly the same thing as asking military aid. Right now, we haven't reached that point, and we actually need the authorization of the federal government. There's a process to follow. So we can also ask aid from the province. So asking for military equipment is the same as asking military aid. Follow-up question? So when you're talking about, okay, you ask some towing companies to help you out. I know that in Quebec it was kind of complicated. How far did you go when you were calling on these companies? Actually, we're keeping on calling on companies. We're looking throughout the country and even outside, throughout the province and also outside of the province of Ontario. We're not only having a problem with towings, but we have other options that are under discussion right now with the police service. We can't provide you with details for now. So even though we can't find towings, we might be able to do something that will be pretty similar. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ayot.
Thanks, Kina. Mayor Watson, what will you be asking of provincial officials this afternoon? And which upper level of government do you think has the power to help the municipality the most in ending the protest?
Thanks, John. Well, the request is the same. As you know, that the total count was 18, but as 600 from each order of government, 600 from the federal government, 600 from the provincial government, and 600 from other municipal forces in the city of Ottawa. With respect to who has the power to end this, it really is a joint responsibility between the two orders of government. As you know, we are creatures of the province according to the Constitution, so we have to rely on their support. And obviously, this is an international issue when it comes to the mandate going across the U.S. border, so the federal government's involved. So it really has to be all hands on deck. It's not a question of trying to parse out, well, is it this much the federal government or the provincial government? The bottom line is that we're caught in the middle, and we need to all be moving in the same direction. So certainly the call I had with Premier Ford a few days ago, where he said, whatever resources you need, we're there to deliver them, and I look forward to that conversation with the Solicitor General later today, just as I had a very positive response from our colleagues at the federal level. And now we have to work out the logistics, because it's one thing to send a letter and ask for 1,800. It's another thing to get the troops and not the troops, but the boots on the ground here in Ottawa. So we want to do that as quickly as possible in a staged and managed aspect. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. And for Kim Ayat, do the new set fines apply only to the protest-related enforcement activities? For example, are those fines also applicable to Canada, Orleans, Barrhaven, and the villages? And if I could ask just a second part of that question, have officers been issuing multiple tickets to the same offending vehicles related to the protest?
Thanks, John. Yeah, no, these set fines are related to the protest. So it is for the downtown area and any of the protesters specific. That's how it was requested. I haven't actually seen, so I just got notification that they have been approved. I haven't actually seen whether there's any conditions to the approval. So, well, we may have more information for you as time goes on. And with regards to your second question, sorry, what was it?
Yeah, no problem. I'm just wondering if multiple tickets have been written for offending vehicles in the protest area.
Yeah, I'd have to get back to you. I know we wrote 154 tickets yesterday in the red zone in the area. So I can certainly get back to you on that as well and get more information and provide that to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll
just anecdotally, sorry, Kim, just to John, just anecdotally, when I was in the red zone the other day, I saw one pickup truck that had 3 or 4 tickets in the windshield. So I think they are going back because, you know, I think we need to make the sting a little stronger for these people to understand that, you know, by the way, you don't pay your tickets, you're not going to get your license renewed. Certainly in Ontario, that's the rule. Thanks.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll follow up with you, John. Nous allons maintenant passer à Frédéric Pépin, Radio-Canada.
Frédéric Pépin, Radio-Canada. Go ahead. Mayor Watson, I know that you already talked about that. You talked about the injunction. We saw on social media that residents were wondering, why isn't it that the City of Ottawa didn't act before a private citizen? She used her own lawyers. So why is it that the City of Ottawa didn't ask for an injunction first? Was it something you didn't think of? I think our lawyer answered that question earlier today. Maybe we can ask him to repeat it. Can you explain, please, the situation and the process used by the City of Ottawa? And what's the role of the Ottawa Police Services in that? The City of Ottawa didn't participate in this legal process with this injunction from a private citizen. Normally, we're supporting the municipal police services. If OPS thought that an injunction will help them, then yes, this is something we would have done. Anything that can actually help them, we will do so. Mayor Watson, you talked to the Prime Minister Trudeau yesterday. Yes, of course, you requested some help and you possibly talked about military aid. Did it went further, such as what kind of strategies could you use to end the protests? What were the main topics discussed with the Prime Minister? There were no discussion with the Prime Minister or other departments referring to the armed force of Canada. What I did was to update the Prime Minister with what was happening downtown in Ottawa. I told him that we needed to convince the 2 other levels of government. We need support for the people who lost their job, for the businesses who lost their clients. Right now, it's not an official lockdown. It's because of the protests. And as you know, it's very important to support people who lost their hours, their shifts, let's say in a small store, on Bank Street or Elgin Street, even at the Rideau Center. Rideau Center lost millions of dollars in sales. So this was the first topic that I tackled with the government. So I asked them to also provide us with more police officers. It was not a request for military aid. Thank you. I'll give the floor to Marie-Christine Villeneuve from TVA. Mayor Watson, what do you think about the tactics, sending trucks in different areas, such as Bronson Avenue, just to avoid them clogging downtown? Do you think this is a good tactic? Because you're only spreading the problem, isn't it? Once more, this is an OPS decision. We explain the situation. There's no more space downtown. Trucks are coming in. It's better to have one specific parking place for them. It's not the best solution in the world, but we don't have much choice right now. Residential streets are clogged downtown Ottawa. So right now, you're waiting for extra help before you can move on and put an end to the protest, to the occupation. According to you, do you think that we can have a solution within the next few days? Once more, very good question, but I don't have a good answer for you. I can't predict the future. Like I said, the sooner the better. This is completely unacceptable and very difficult. This is having an impact on the health of our residents downtown. So it's time to say to the organizer to leave and say goodbye. This protest has been going on for too long. I hope we will be able to convince them to leave the city of Ottawa. It's a difficult situation. The solutions are not easy. Look at what's going on in Windsor, Detroit, what's going on in Alberta, Coutts. We're facing a crisis here in Ottawa. So the organizers, at one point, actually, they receive a lot of coverage in the media. So now it's time to lobby the provinces. Because most of the responsibilities, the COVID mandates, are under the provincial jurisdiction. Thank you so much.
This concludes our media availability for today. Ceci conclut notre point de presse pour aujourd'hui. Je souhaite une bonne journée à tout le monde. Have a good day, everyone.
Have a nice day.